Good morning. We're on the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant,
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn,
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows,
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Morning, Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases scheduled for our calendar today. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your cameras will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Prior to calling the first case, because it's almost 10 o'clock, I want to apologize to the public for a delay this morning. Just as an FYI, the board meets in executive session starting at 9:30 every Wednesday to review the calendar for the day to make sure that we're knowledgeable about the cases that we will be discussing today. So that meeting ran much longer than I anticipated. So I just want to apologize, especially I know there's an ANC, and for folks to say that we're ready at 9:30, I'm sorry, 10:30, and we're just calling the case at 11 o'clock. So that is why whenever the board is delayed in starting our starting our calendar promptly at 10:30, it's because our hour-long meeting has run it's longer than we had anticipated. So I just want to apologize for that. With that said, let's call our first case. Our first case is case number 25 PRO 00091, Ahola, license number 129362. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Cameron Mixon, access elevated. Perry Verdi, access elevated. And that appears to be all term.
Thank you. Mr. Mixon, are you able to come on camera, sir?
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant, CAMERON MIXON.
Good morning. Ms. Verdi.
Good morning, Chairman. It is Carrie Verdi with the law firm of Verdi and Ogletree on behalf of the protestant ANC 6B.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, I apologize because I thought there would be members from the community. As attorneys, I know the attorneys understand why we're delayed, but sometimes the members of the public, they don't understand why is it that we're delayed in starting our cases promptly at 10:30. But thank you anyway. All right. So, Mr. Mixon, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None for the applicant.
Ms. Verdi?
None for the protestant.
If this matter then is not settled, the matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on December 10th at 1:30 p.m. and which is our next, no, that's not our next, that's in 2 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks. All right. Are the parties familiar with the protest process, or do I need to read the instructions?
The protestant is familiar with the process. Thank you.
All right.
And no explanation needed. We're familiar.
Fine. I just want to remind the parties that the PIP is due 7 days before the hearing. Failure by the side to, if the PIP is not disclosed timely, then the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents or witnesses that have not been previously disclosed. But since we're now dealing with attorneys, I know that will not be an issue when we're dealing with attorneys. All right, so if this matter is not settled, I will see you then on December 7th. I'm sorry, December 10th at 1:30 p.m. And I just want to remind the parties, this is the last board meeting for the year. Just want to let you know that December 10th is our last board meeting. So make sure that if we have the hearing, that it's a memorable year for us. Okay. All right. You guys, you guys have a great day. Thank you very much
Same
for
to you.
appearing.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00100, Cottage House Ethiopian Cuisine, license number 133399. This hearing has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar is a show cause hearing, case number 25 CMP 00088, MK Lounge U Street, license number 131092. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee?
Good thing. David Bailey, access elevated. And Alicia Hogan Miller, access elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Hogan Miller. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogemiller, ALYCIA on behalf of the government.
Good morning. Mr. Bailey, can you please identify yourself for the record, spelling and stating your name and your relationship?
David Bailey, first name David, last name Bailey. I am the representing the client for MK Lounge.
All right. Good
And,
morning. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Okay.
I just want to apologize for my appearance. I'm currently at the ER with my dad right now, so just do apologize for my appearance right now.
Thank you for that, sir. I hope everything goes well. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the parties would like to place an OIC on the record.
Okay, thanks. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Hogan Miller.
The sole charge is expanded operations to another roof deck without approval in violation of DC Code Section 25762A and Section B3. This is a first primary tier violation. The OIC would be a $1,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
Hold on. Let me see. Hold on 1 minute. There's only one. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong case. So there was only one charge in that case?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Mr. Bailey, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that it's a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days. If the fine is not payable within 30 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise, sir?
Yes, Chairman.
And is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up the right to a hearing and giving up the right to appeal this matter?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. With that said, I make a motion that the offer in, I'm sorry, any questions by any board members? All right. With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn. I can't hear you, Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree to the OIC.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Thank you, both parties, for agreeing to resolve in this case. Mr. Bailey, I hope all is well with your family member. Have a great
Thank you,
day.
sir. All
And
right, you too.
thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. And Ms. Hogan Miller, thank you. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00087, Immigrant Food, license number 115958. This case has been canceled and offering compromise has been submitted to the board for its review and consideration. The next case on our calendar, it is a show cause hearing for case number 25 CMP 00010 and case number 25 CMP 00010A, Dirty Water, license number 125771. Is this case yours, Ms. Hogan Miller?
No, I've concluded my matters for this morning. This
Oh,
case is Ms. Brown's. Thank you.
oh, thank you. Have a great day, ma'am. All right. So, Mr. Oriana, can you please
Good thing.
yes, yeah.
Mike Investigator Micaiah Nelson, access elevated. Luke Casey, access elevated. Shawnee Brown, access elevated. That appears to be all turn.
Who is Luke Casey?
Am I on video now?
Yes, sir, I can
Okay,
see.
thank you.
All right. Okay. Ms. Brown, can you spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI BROWN here on behalf of the district.
Good morning, I'm sorry, good morning, Ms. Brown. I'm trying to do too many things at one time. Mr. Casey, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sir, I'm Luke Casey, owner of the establishment LUKECASEY.
Good morning, sir. Ms. Brown, are there any preliminary matters in this case? I can't hear you, Ms. Brown.
My apologies. I believe the respondent has a preliminary matter they would like to raise.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Hold on. So the government doesn't have any preliminary matters. Mr. Casey, any preliminary matters on behalf of the respondent?
Yeah, so before we proceed to the merits of the case, I wanted to raise a preliminary issue regarding the government's noncompliance with subpoena item 2. As Optra Legal advised in their email, there was insufficient time to address my written motion prior to this hearing, so I'm presenting it orally now pursuant to that guidance. For the record, I did file a written motion stemming from the government's incomplete production of photographic evidence from the January 19th, 2025 inspection at our premises. Let me briefly outline the background. Subpoena item 2 requires the district to produce all photographs taken by Investigator Nelson during the inspection, including the original timestamps. The government initially produced only the 3 images in the case report, image 0268, image 0271, and image 0272. However, iPhones, like the iPhone 13 used here, assign strictly sequential file numbers at the moment of capture. The gaps in this sequence are undeniable. After producing those images, the government acknowledged the existence of image 0269, which was a second photo of my passport, but only after I pointed out the gap and after they twice claimed only 3 photos existed. More critically, it's undisputed that image 0270 once existed in the sequence, given the jump from image 0269 to image 0271. Additionally, image 0267, the image immediately preceding the produced sequence, must have existed based upon the iPhone's numbering system. Pursuant to legal's guidance, I requested basic metadata for these 2 files, just the creation and modification date timestamps, which are automatically generated and pose no privacy concerns. This metadata would allow us to verify when image 0267 was taken, when image 0270 was deleted or overwritten, and whether the government's production is complete and authentic. Despite my narrow request sent as recently as November 14th, I've been met with refusal. Ms. Brown stated in an email on Monday that she cannot provide access to OCTO or ABCA technical custodians to resolve this at a technical level. Without this objective verification, we're left relying on the investigators' assertions, which can't substitute for the hard data, especially given the prior remission of image 0269 and the retention of the original iPhone 13 used during the investigation. Further, I have good reason to believe earlier photographs, starting with image 0267, were taken during the inspection. I directly observed photography beginning immediately upon the investigators' arrival, capturing staff, patrons, and the interior, including the alleged summer garden. None of this is in the produced images. Furthermore, our contemporaneous decision to cancel all media access for inauguration weekend was due to patron complaints about intrusive flash photography, which they mistook for additional media coverage. This is corroborated by Exhibit A in the written motion, a public tweet from Spencer Allen Brooks, a WUSA 9 reporter, dated January 20th of 2025. This directly ties to the events of January 19th, highlighting the disruptive nature of the inspection's photography, which aligns with my observations of unproduced images. Adding to the prejudice is the district's untimely service of the investigative report. DC Code 25832A requires service within 90 days of the violation, which would be by April 19th of 2025 in this case, but it wasn't served until June 17th of 2025. While the delays can be directory, as in the 2015 appeals case involving Little Miss Whiskies, this one harms us because the government had a duty to preserve the full sequence and metadata upon drafting the case report. If data was lost due to the routine retention policies during that delay, it exacerbates the gaps and hinders our defense. Under 23 DCMR 1704.3 and DC Code 25443C, the board has the authority and the statutory mechanism to refer this to Superior Court for enforcement. The government has refused metadata for image 0267, access to technical custodians, and any accounting for image 0270, which is squarely responsive to the subpoena. The board cannot compel compliance directly, so referral is the exclusive remedy. As primary relief, I'm asking the board to issue a written referral to Superior Court requesting enforcement of subpoena item 2 if the district is unwilling to provide it, including production of image 0270 or its deletion metadata, basic metadata for image 0267 and image 0270, and technical confirmation from OCTO as needed. If the board declines this referral, I am requesting alternative evidentiary relief to remedy the prejudice. First, an adverse inference that the missing images show a substantial time elapsed between the investigators' entry and the 2:12 a.m. photographs, during which only 2 IDs were checked, both patrons over 21, despite 3 investigators being present. Second, an inference that patrons in the missing photos appeared well over the legal drinking age, given the event's context. A political action committee hosted an inaugural reception, as detailed in Exhibit B of the written motion, making underage patrons highly unlikely, and the limited ID checks from the investigators. Third, an inference that the missing images would show the cups referenced in the report were already on the tables before any interaction, and no patrons were in the alleged summer garden. And finally, that the government's photographic evidence is incomplete due to these gaps, refusals, and the delay, excluding the contents of the case report from the record. This isn't about me alleging any intent. Rather, it's about ensuring fairness and verifying integrity in a process where the government controls all of the evidence. Absent any extreme attempts to circumvent the OCTO's MDM policies, this request should take them no longer than 5 minutes to complete.
Is that it, sir?
That's it.
All right, and so this was filed, I think, this morning, or yes, when was this motion filed?
So this was filed last night. The last communication I had with Ms. Brown took place Monday afternoon, so it was a little less than 36 hours after that last communication.
Ms. Brown, what's your position? Or what's the government's position?
Sure. As for, as he discussed, the second passport photo that was produced a little bit later, it was a duplicate image. I'm sure that just caused a little bit confusion on our investigators' end. And so the time of that photo that was later produced and the time of the photo that was earlier produced is exactly the same as 2:10 a.m. Now, regarding the request for metadata, the district is not required to produce metadata. Respondent's request was for photos that were taken on January 19th, 2025 by Investigator Nelson. The purpose of that request was, quote, to establish the amount of time that elapsed between the investigator's arrival and the point at which patrons independently decide to leave, and to highlight the absence of any photographic evidence of patrons consuming alcohol on the summer garden. The board granted this request as the district didn't dispute it or challenge it. However, this request was for timestamped photos, not metadata. We can only produce what we have, and there's no duty for ABCA's investigators to retain every photo they take during an investigation. What is attached to the case report is what licensees are entitled to. Further, metadata will not help fulfill the purpose of this request. It does not appear that investigator Nelson took photos of the patrons, and there is no reason to believe that the missing photos contain one photo, 270, contain patrons. Respondent asserts that he, quote, observed that photography began upon the investigator's arrival, but he does not identify who took photos, and his list of people and places that were photographed is entirely speculative. You cannot be sure if or when someone takes a photo. Perhaps they didn't have a good enough angle, the lighting was poor, their finger was in the way, they accidentally took a video. You know, there was never a guarantee that the photos would have shown exactly when the investigators arrived and when patrons left. Nor did the district ever promise that it had photographs of the patrons consuming alcohol on the summer garden. An adverse inference is not appropriate here because metadata is beyond the scope of this request. So the district had no obligation to provide it. And there's no prejudice here because the charges in this case are not based on the photographs attached to the report. The photos of the propane tanks or heaters on the summer garden were regarding potential fire safety violations. And the photos of Mr. Casey's passport were for identification purposes. The district does not rely on the photos as evidence of the exact time that patrons left the establishment. Now, referring the subpoena request to Superior Court would be fruitless. The district provided the photos it had pursuant to a request it did not challenge. And respondent never requested metadata. Thus, the board never granted respondent metadata or ordered the district to produce metadata. Therefore, the district's refusal to allow respondent access to a technical custodian to get this metadata information is not considered noncompliance with the subpoena. And so it's the district's position that we should proceed, that no adverse inference would be appropriate here, and that we were in compliance with this board's subpoena order. Thank you.
If I could just respond to that.
Yes, Mr. Casey.
First, there's no need for these photos to be retained because OCTO's MDM policies automatically log them. Second, metadata was not requested originally in the subpoena, but the timestamps were requested. And if 0270 does not exist, the metadata would be the only way to get the timestamp for that photo. Third, metadata is being requested as a verification of completeness because if 0267's metadata shows that it was taken during the same time the investigators were on the premises, it shows that those photographs existed, as I'm arguing, which was the purpose of the request. And again, this is a pretty simple and standard request that somebody should be able to fulfill pretty easily, likely even while we're still on the call.
But why did you when you initially made your subpoena request, why didn't you not request this information initially?
Because I didn't think the government was going to withhold the images.
But what images are you? I based on the arguments that just made. Hold on.
So they only gave. Go ahead.
All right. I don't know the background, but I'm listening to what the government just stated. How do you know that images were not provided? I mean, how do you know that they didn't provide you the information? Hold on. Mr. Casey. I think we lost Mr. Casey.
Yeah, I'll wait for him to come back.
Okay.
He's back, Chairman.
Sorry, there.
I lost you,
Sorry,
Mr.
I lost
Casey.
you, and I don't know the background.
Okay. As I was stating, I mean, how do you know that they did not provide? It's my understanding that the initial your subpoena, you did not request this information.
Yeah, but I'm
And
requesting now for completeness, which I watched them take photos in excess of what they provided.
but as stated by the government, I mean, those photos could have been deleted. We don't know what photos were taken. We don't. It could have been a video. So,
Well, they
not
have a
because
duty to preserve that evidence.
I guess I guess the concern that I'm having is that you're saying you see someone with a phone taking pictures, but you don't know if they actually took pictures. You assume that they were taking pictures.
If a,
That you're
if a
Go ahead.
flash goes off, that's normally indicative of a photo being taken.
And maybe there was no image, and so
At a
the
minimum, it would tell us what time the investigation started, and the original purpose of the subpoena. One of the purposes of the subpoena, as Ms. Brown mentioned, was to establish the amount of time elapsed between when the investigators got there and when a group of patrons began to leave.
all right, let me see the theory. Excuse me.
May I respond to that, Mr. Chairperson?
Yes, go ahead.
The problem here is also that what Mr. Casey's trying to establish here, whatever time the investigators arrived, also would not be answered by the production of this mid-sequence photograph, right? Because they would have already been there. So if we're talking about image 270 that we don't have, we already have proof that investigator Nelson had already taken photos there. So we know she was already there at 210, whatever happens in between. And then we know that she took photos again at 220 on the summer garden. So that still does not address this intent, which was to show when the investigation started. Do you see what I'm saying there about 270 in between 268 and 272?
Yeah, we're talking about 267 here, though.
270 is the missing image.
Well, 0267
270.
is being requested the metadata for it to show that there were no photos taken before, because you only provided the 3 images that were in the case report and then 269. So I'm asking
And
for
then
0267. Well, the metadata for it, not the image, to show what time it was taken.
So, Mr. Casey, when you made your request for your subpoena request, why didn't you specifically ask for the metadata? Because as you stated, I'm sorry, but you didn't ask for that. I'm just saying, why then didn't you not ask for it when you made your request for documents?
Well, I requested all of the photographs, and then the government came back and didn't provide all the photographs. So now I'm asking for the metadata for when that previous photo was taken to verify completeness.
Anything else you want to say, Miss Brown?
yes, the idea that a photo was taken, photo number 267
67.
is wholly speculative because we do not have proof that it was taken at Dirty Water. even if it does exist, we do not know where Investigator Nelson took that photo. So it is wholly speculative to assume that she had to have taken that photo at Dirty Water on January 19th.
Well, if we knew what time it was taken, it wouldn't be speculative anymore. Like if, for example, if the create date on that timestamp was, say, 2 a.m. or 2:05, obviously it would have been taken to Dirty Water. I don't think we'd have to speculate to that.
The problem, Mr. Chairperson, is that Dirty Water is not entitled to know information about a photo that we do not know was taken at Dirty Water. So if we find out that this photo exists and that it was taken somewhere else, he is not entitled to that information anyway.
I think I'm entitled to verify the completeness of the sequence.
All right. Any questions by any board members to either party on this issue?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
So if you'd like to have these photographs excluded, or you want to have more time to process, analyze the photos to build your case later, Mr. Casey.
Sorry, what was that?
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to frame it in a question, Mr. Jones.
Would you like more time to review the photos in order to have the hearing later, or are you trying to exclude the photos from evidence?
Well, first I'm trying to get the photos that exist because it's possible that OCTO still has them logged. And if I can't get the photos, then I'm asking for the photos to be excluded. But there's no reason that under OCTO's MDM policies, they shouldn't have, at a minimum, the times that those photos were taken, if not the whole photos readily available to them.
So
The whole
you're saying
purpose of their
today,
mobile device management system is to have that information available.
so you're saying today, if the hearing proceeds and they present these photos, you're going to be prejudiced, yes or no?
Yes.
And if you get them today, you're thinking that you can't authenticate them because you needed time to review them and understand their authenticity to be a part of your whatever it is, the case that you're going to put on to rebut them, or what do you need today?
Well, I'm asking for the photos today.
Right. So if they present them in evidence today, you're going to see them today. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, if the government presented the evidence, like image
Right.
0267, if they give me
Right.
the
So
menus
you would
before they
see
give me the images
them.
today, we should proceed with the hearing.
Hey man, I'm trying to help you. All right. So if
I
you see
appreciate it.
them
Thank you.
today, you're going to be prejudiced. Yes or no?
No, if I
In the
had them
hearing.
to include them in the hearing and include them as evidence, I wouldn't be prejudiced because I then had the images that I'm looking for.
All right. Do you need more time to be ready for today's hearing?
I mean, if you deny the subpoena request, I mean, I would preserve that for appeal, but I'd still be able to continue with the hearing today.
No further questions.
Any other questions by any other board members? I'm inclined to make a motion to deny the request. Metadata is known to exist with digital images, and this request could have been made when you made your initial request for documents. It also appears to me that it's speculative. I mean, you don't know what is there. You're speculating that, as you stated, that you saw a flash and some more. To me it's speculative. So I'm inclined to recommend to the board that we deny the request Of course, you can preserve your, if the board agrees with me, then you can preserve your right to appeal this matter if you so choose. And I think that, as you also pointed out to Mr. Jones, that if the board denies your request, we can still move forward with the hearing today, and you might consider, depending what decision the board makes, if you're going to appeal this, that this is one of the issues that you'll appeal the matter. So, based on what I'm hearing today, I'm making a motion that the board deny the request. Any
Ms.
questions? Are you seconding the motion, Miss Quinn?
Yes, Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. Then let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
I didn't hear you, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I'll abstain. You guys got it.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. So the matter passes 4-0 to 1 with Mr. Jones abstaining. You have for the record, you can preserve your rights to appeal this matter. To appeal the board's decision to deny your motion, sir. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Casey.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying thank you.
Okay. Are there any other preliminary matters moving forward, or are we ready to move forward?
Just
Ms.
something
Brown?
small from the district, and can be addressed at the start of respondent's case in chief, which is that, the district has concerns about the witnesses respondent intends to introduce, and we will be requesting that he makes some sort of proffer at the time the witnesses are called, so that the board can determine that they are relevant witnesses.
I don't plan to call any of those witnesses today, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. Does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning, board members. We are here today because Dirty Water, located at 816 8th Street Northeast in Washington, D.C., interfered with an ABCA and MPD investigation by destroying and concealing evidence and substantially changed its operations by extending the summer garden hours without obtaining board approval. You will hear from investigator Micaiah Nelson that she visited Dirty Water at approximately 2 a.m. on January 19th, 2025, with ABCA investigators Leon Harris and Kendall Williams to investigate an e-complaint alleging that the manager and bartenders were drinking heavily while working behind the bar. Investigator Nelson will tell you that the patrons appeared to be under 21 years old and were drinking alcoholic beverages in the establishment's bar area and summer garden after 2 a.m. when the summer garden should have been closed at 12 a.m. You will hear that Investigator Nelson asked Dirty Water's owner, Mr. Casey, for assistance in checking patrons' IDs, but he refused to assist. Shortly after, Investigator Nelson informed Mr. Casey that she was contacting MPD for assistance. Patrons quickly exited through a back exit. You will hear details about that rear exit, that the bathroom was flooded near that area, that it was not commonly used as an entryway, and that this exit led to an alleyway. No security was stationed in this area. The evidence will show that the establishment likely directed patrons to exit through this hidden back door to avoid having their IDs checked, destroying and concealing evidence of underage drinking at the establishment. And after review of evidence, you will undoubtedly conclude that Dirty Water's conduct interfered with ABCA and MPD's sale to minor investigation, and that Dirty Water utilized its summer garden beyond its board-approved hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, Mr. Casey, or will you reserve until you present your case?
No, I'll just make a brief opening statement.
Right,
This
sir.
case involves two charges: interference with an investigation and operating a summer garden after hours. The evidence you hear today will show that neither charge is supported by the facts or by the record. First, regarding the allegation of interference, the district's theory is based on the idea that patrons leaving the establishment through a back exit must have been orchestrated by the establishment. The evidence will show something very different. On the evening in question, Dirty Water was hosting an event that used multiple areas of the premises, including the rear room and the back hallway. Patrons had been moving through those areas throughout the evening. You will hear that the room the investigators later described as a storage area contained a full bar setup, televisions, and seating, and had been used for speeches and guest movement. Patrons leaving throughout the area was consistent with how the space was being used that night. Investigators did not check the ID of patrons they believed to be underage, and none attempted to stop or identify any of the people who exited. The evidence will show that a group of patrons, not more than half of what was left at the time, departed on their own for reasons unknown to the investigators, likely because it was well after 2 a.m. and not in anyone's direction. The second charge concerns alleged after-hours alcohol consumption in a summer garden. At no point did any investigator enter the rooftop summer garden. The investigators will testify that they saw cups sitting on tables in an enclosed area referred to as indoors in the original case report. They will also acknowledge that they took no photographs of any person drinking there, did not identify any person in the area, and did not observe anyone receive a drink, and did not observe staff serving the space. The photographs show cups with melted ice and no patrons nearby. The evidence will show that the area was not being served at the time, that no one was consuming alcohol when the investigators arrived, and that the cups had been left earlier in the evening. With respect to the classification of the space, the evidence will also show that the area in question had previously been treated as an indoor space during the fire department's inspection that was referenced earlier. Under the regulation in Title 25, a summer garden must be an outdoor area. If a space is enclosed and treated as an indoor room, then it cannot simultaneously be treated as outdoor for the purpose of alcohol service hours. The issue here is not about whether an investigator may or may not have known. It is about the fact that an indoor room cannot constitute a summer garden. At the conclusion of the testimony, the record will not support a finding that anyone at Dirty Water interfered with the investigation, nor will it support a finding that alcohol was being consumed in an outdoor area after hours. The evidence will show that everyone cooperated, did not instruct anyone to leave, did not prevent ID checks, and that the area labeled as a summer garden was not in active use and did not meet the statutory definition of an outdoor space anyway.
And this is like, is there a confusion whether or not the space is or is not a summer garden? I mean, I think that what is this space? I've never had a case where it appears that there is some type of, it's been contested whether or not an area is or is not a summer garden. And so I think I guess I need clarification in my mind. I guess as far as ABCA is, I mean, what is it? What is the license of the establishment states for this particular space? I guess I need some clarification because I don't think this is an issue that we should be litigating whether or not a space is or is not a summer garden. So I guess just, is there a license for this? What is this, the area that's been discussed? What is it? What does the establishment license states? And if so, maybe, I mean, Miss Brown, are you able to answer that question? Because I don't think I think it's pointless for us to litigate whether or not a space is or is not. So if in order to operate a summer garden, it has to be on your license. So is the space on Dirty Water's license as a summer garden, or is it not?
The evidence will show that their ABCA license states that they have a summer garden.
Yeah, the rooftop's the summer garden.
Okay, all right. But I think that what I was hearing, the proffer was that you're saying that it was not a summer garden. So that's
Yeah,
I
so
just
the summer
I'm,
garden, During the investigation, nobody ever went to the Summer Garden or requested access to go up there. The location the photos were taken is not the Summer Garden.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's a different issue. That's a different issue that we can litigate. But I thought we were part of the controversy was that this is not a summer garden, and I think that at least elementary we
Right.
should determine what is it that this licensee is licensed. There is a space in the building that is licensed by ABCA as a summer garden. Okay, I want to make sure that there's agreement there that there is a summer garden on the license, and then okay, we can have arguments whether or not where the pictures were taken was that a summer garden. That okay, I'm fine for that, but I just want to make sure that we're not we're not trying to have arguments to say there's no summer garden in the establishment. Okay, fine. Ms. Brown, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, the district would like to call investigator Micaiah Nelson.
Ms. Nelson, can you raise your right hand, please? You need to unmute your line, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
You're a witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Micaiah Nelson, that is Mikea. Last name Nelson.
Thank you. Where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And can I call that ABCA?
Yes, you may.
What is your position at ABCA?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
Approximately 6 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an ABCA investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with an establishment named Dirty Water?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I have conducted inspections and investigations at this location.
And as it relates to this case, how are you familiar with Dirty Water?
I conducted an investigation of an anonymous e-complaint for this establishment.
Okay. Now, did you create a case report for your investigation into that e-complaint?
Yes.
Okay. Now showing you what's been marked as Government Exhibit 1. If I can do that, just a minute.
Access elevated.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a case report I drafted.
And why did you create this case report?
I created this case report to document violations that occurred at Dirty Water on January the 19th.
And of what year was that? Just to make the record complete.
2025.
Thank you.
2025.
Just for the record, this is the case report, which would be a part of the board's record and does not need to be moved into evidence.
It is part of, yes, it's a part of the board's, yes, you're correct, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, Investigator Nelson, what did the e-complaint allege?
The e-complaint alleged that managers and bartenders were drinking while working behind the bar.
And in investigating this e-complaint, did you visit the establishment?
Yes.
And when did you visit the establishment?
On Sunday, January the 19th, 2025 at approximately 2 a.m.
Okay. And what occurred during your visit on January 19, 2025?
I visited the establishment with investigators Leon Harris and Kendall Williams, and upon entering the establishment, we noted that patrons appeared under the age of 21.
Okay, and once you noticed that patrons appeared to be under the age of 21, what did you do?
I requested to speak to an ABC manager or owner.
Were you able to speak to an ABC manager or owner?
Yes, I was met by Mr. Luke Casey, who identified himself as the establishment's owner.
Okay. Can you tell the board members how your conversation with Mr. Casey went?
I advised Mr. Casey that his patrons appeared to be young in age, and the investigators on scene would like to conduct checks of the patrons' IDs.
When you informed
After
Mr. Casey that you wanted to check IDs, how did he respond?
Mr. Casey advised me that during an October 2024 visit with MPD, he was advised not to collect patrons' IDs for ABCA investigators to inspect.
Okay. Now, did you tell Mr. Casey what you wanted him to do to assist with this investigation?
Yes, I advised him of the process of checking IDs.
And what was that process?
That the investigators will point out a group of patrons that appeared to be under the age of 21. We will require him to collect those patrons' IDs. Subsequently, the investigators would receive the IDs from Mr. Casey and scan them with a verification software named IntelliCheck.
And did Mr. Casey agree to engage in the investigation with ABCA?
No, he did not.
And when he refused to assist, how did you respond to Mr. Casey?
I advised Mr. Casey that I would be contacting MPD officers to assist with conducting ID checks.
After you informed Mr. Casey that you would be contacting MPD, what occurred?
Patrons appeared to be leaving out of a back door to exit the establishment.
Now, can you tell the board a little bit about that back entrance or exit? Was this an exit that was regularly used?
No, this was not an exit that was used for patrons to enter the establishment.
How do you know it was not an exit or entrance that was used by patrons to enter the establishment?
There was no security at this door. It also leads to a rear hallway, which was flooded at the time. It is approximately 3 flights up above ground level and leads into an alleyway behind the 800 block of H Street Northeast.
And when you exit through this way to the alley, can you describe for the board how it goes from door to door? How does that path look? What do you have to do?
The establishment is on a 3rd floor level. There is in the rear of the establishment, there is a doorway to the left, in which you go through a hallway that appeared to be used as storage. To the rear of that hallway is a stairwell behind the establishment that leads down approximately 3 flights to another door, metal door that leads to the alleyway.
Okay. Once you noticed that patrons were leaving through this rear exit, were you able to check IDs?
No.
Was MPD able to check IDs?
No.
And to clarify, did MPD come to the establishment?
Yes.
Would you say that your investigation into underage drinking was successful?
No.
And why wasn't it successful?
ABCA investigators were unable to check any patrons' IDs.
And why wasn't ABCA able to check any IDs?
The patrons left prior to the Metropolitan Police Department's arrival.
Okay. Did it come off strange to you at all that patrons chose to go through this rear door?
Yes.
Why did it come off strange to you?
This would not have been a way that patrons entered the establishment, and it didn't appear to be one that they would have known about just patronizing the establishment.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's shift gears a bit. When you arrived at the establishment, where were patrons when you observed whatever was going on there? Where were they located?
Patrons were in the front bar area of the establishment and in the rear summer garden.
Okay. And the patrons that were in the summer garden, were they doing anything when you got there?
Objection. The government is attempting to proceed on a theory that directly contradicts the district's prior official determinations. The fire marshal in the case report previously ruled that this area was indoors, and the government cannot now recharacterize it as outdoors for different enforcement purposes. Under Arthur versus DC Nurses Examining Board 452 A2D 141 145 DC 1983, the government is prohibited from changing theories midstream. The board reaffirmed this principle in Re 12 after 12, Board Order number 2025-698 in June of 2025.
Ms. Grant, I'm sorry, Ms. Brown.
Wow.
Do you need to respond?
The district is not really changing its theory. I think that through the questions I'm going to ask, well, let me back up. This is a new issue that has been raised, that this area might not have been a summer garden. So I need to be able to probe this in order to determine whether this was the summer garden. I haven't been able to establish that yet.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You have an opportunity on cross-examination, sir, to cross-examine the witness on whatever testimony that she provides. So I'm gonna overrule the objection at this juncture. Okay. Go ahead.
Investigator Nelson, the question I asked you was, when you went to the summer garden, were the patrons doing anything?
Consuming alcoholic beverages.
And where was the summer garden located?
In the rear of the third floor of the building.
How many floors does the building have?
The establishment has an approximately 2-level summer garden. There's a lower level and then there's a roof deck.
Okay. I'm going to, let me ask you this. Did you create an additional report regarding your investigation of the summer garden?
Yes.
Okay, now showing you what's been marked as Government's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a case report that I drafted.
And what type of case report is this?
This is a supplemental case report.
What was the purpose of the supplemental report?
The purpose of the supplemental report was to document the violation observed on the summer garden.
Okay. Now, around what time did you go to the summer garden?
Approximately 2 a.m.
And was the summer garden supposed to be open at that time, 2 a.m.?
No.
How do you know that the summer garden was not supposed to be open at 2 a.m.?
Upon reviewing ABCA records, I noted that it's ABC licensed, approved for the establishment to operate until 12 a.m. on Saturdays.
Okay. Before I move on to Exhibit 3, Exhibit 2 is a supplemental case report, which is a part of the board's record and need not be moved into evidence.
You are correct, ma'am.
Thank you. Now showing you what has been marked as Government Exhibit 3. Now, Investigator Nelson, You said you looked at the ABCA license. Is this the ABCA license to which you referred?
No, it is not.
You did not review this ABCA license?
There is a different license that was found in ABCA records.
Yes. Did you review this ABCA license?
Yes, I have reviewed it.
Thank you. Now, this license, when was this issued?
This one was issued December 6, 2024.
And what did you notice what, if anything, did you notice was missing from this license?
The establishment's approval for a summer garden, as well as the hours listed.
Okay. So did you then, now directing your attention to page 2 of this document, did you then review a previous version of the license?
Yes.
And what did you notice was on this version of the license?
The establishment's endorsement to operate a summer garden, as well as summer garden hours.
Okay, and what were the hours for the summer garden?
On Saturday, it was from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m.
Okay. And so, based on the time that you had gone to the summer garden, what did you conclude about Dirty Water's operations that night?
The establishment extended its board-approved hours to operate a summer garden without board approval.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move Government's Exhibit 3, Dirty Water's ABCA licenses, into evidence.
Mr. Casey?
No
Any objection?
No.
Without objection.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Casey?
Yeah. So, Ms. Nelson, on January 19th, you were the lead investigator, correct?
I was the investigator on scene, yes, sir.
And you authored the case report, correct?
Yes.
And you personally checked 2 IDs that night, correct?
No.
Did Investigator Harris check 2 IDs that night?
No.
Do you have the IntelliJect records from the night to prove that?
I don't have Investigator Harris's no.
Okay. All right, so then you're claiming that night you checked no identifications, is that correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Okay. So you did not confirm that a single minor was there that night, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see that any ID showing someone under 21. That is also correct?
Yes.
And you had the full ABCA authority to check IDs yourself, along with the other 2 investigators.
That is not our process to take IDs from patrons ourselves. I explained the process to you that night.
You were not prevented by myself nor anyone else in the establishment from checking anyone's identification or requesting their identification.
I'm sorry, is there a question? Was that a
Yeah,
question?
were you prevented by myself or anyone else in the establishment from unilaterally checking or requesting their identification?
No, sir.
Okay. And at no time did you see me tell anyone to leave?
No, sir.
And you did not hear me you did not see any staff instruct patrons to leave?
Not that I can recall, no. No, I
And
didn't.
no patron told you that staff instructed them to leave, correct?
No, sir, they did not.
Further, patrons are free to leave at any time, correct?
That if that is your policy, I can't speak to your policies.
I mean, I don't think I can hold patrons against their will.
Mr. Casey.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You're correct.
All right.
About that. And you further can't testify with certainty why any particular patron chose to leave. Is that also correct?
I'm sorry, sir. Would you mind asking that question once more?
Yeah. You can't testify as to why any particular person chose to leave, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Moving on to the space in the rear hallway. In your case report, you described the rear hallway in the adjoining room as a storage area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you described patrons moving through that area as unusual.
Yes.
And those conclusions were based on your assumption of what the space was used for. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And you were not aware that an event was held earlier in that evening. Is that correct? In that room?
Yes.
And you were not aware that guests used the rear room for speeches earlier that night. Is that also correct?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you enter that room?
Yes.
And despite entering that room, you concluded it was a storage area.
Are you speaking of the hallway
I'm
or of the room?
speaking, well, the hallway is like 3 to 5 feet long. I'm speaking of the area through that hallway.
Are you speaking of the area that has the tent? I'm sorry. You may have to
The-
describe it for me so I can.
Well, the area through the tent by the exit where patrons left around 2:20, 2:30 a.m. Well, I guess 2:15 it would have been.
Okay, I'm not sure if we're speaking of the same place, so I can't say for sure. You said there is a room where people were giving speeches.
Yes, through the tent.
Okay, I can't
In
say.
the room
Uh,
in which patrons exited.
Okay,
Yes.
so what is your question?
My question is, despite entering that room where the patrons exited, you determined it to be a storage area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did not note the presence of a bar setup in that room,
I don't recall for sure.
nor any televisions playing in that room.
No, I don't recall.
Did you ask any staff what that room had been used for earlier in the night?
No.
If I could please share my screen to bring up exhibit number 3, I think it is.
Mr. Orion, please allow Mr. Casey to share his screen.
Access elevated.
Who's exhibit 3? Your exhibit 3? So I'm just trying to figure out what
Or
exhibit
sorry, not
3.
exhibit 5. Exhibit 5 it would be. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's
mine.
okay. So your
Yeah.
your exhibits. Okay, go ahead. I just want to make sure that I know what
Yeah.
if we're gonna move documents and evidence, what exhibit that we're talking about. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Are you able to see this? What?
Yeah, I can see the
Yes.
screen. Go ahead.
So now I can't see it. Okay. You're able to see the room that we're referencing here?
Yes.
Okay. So from your view of this room, it contains televisions, correct?
Yes.
It contains what looks to be a bar area in the left-hand side, complete with straws, cups, and neon signs, correct?
Yes.
And it contains lighting set for the event, along with guests present in the space, correct?
I can't say what the lighting is for, but I can attest to that guests are in the space. Yes, sir.
Okay, so based upon this photo, does the room appear to be a storage area?
Not at this photo, but this photo also states January the 18th, 2025. So I wasn't there at this time to say this is what it was used for at that time.
Okay. I'll just note for the record that this photo states January 18th, 2025 at approximately 10 p.m. So this would have been roughly 4 hours before the investigation. So just to wrap it up, patrons are using that room and hallway would not be unusual based upon this photograph, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Casey, once more.
So patrons using the room and hallway would not be unusual, and nothing in this photograph shows that the area would be restricted or off limits, correct?
This does not show the hallway. However, it does show the room in operation.
Okay, I would like to move Exhibit 5 in evidence if there's no objection.
Mr. Brown,
No objection.
so move.
All right. So moving on. Ms. Nelson, ABCA maintains investigative records on prior cases, correct?
Are you asking if we keep records on cases or?
Yes, case reports.
Yes, we keep a history of case reports drafted.
And investigators would form their opinions about what is normal or unusual based upon their understanding of the premises, correct?
Yes,
And your belief that patrons using the back hallway was unusual was based only on your assumptions that night, correct?
based on what I viewed, yes.
All right. And you are not aware that in case 24-CMP-00008, ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz documented patrons using the same back hallway and exit once the establishment had reached capacity, correct?
Objection? Objection?
What's the nature of the objection?
This is not relevant to the current case that we're discussing, and it's speculative that she would have this knowledge.
Sorry, what was that? You cut out a little bit for me.
Oh, my objection was that it was irrelevant and that it's speculative that she would have this information.
Well, I think it's absolutely relevant what our previous policies were and that we previously used this back exit way, seeing as how it's so essential to the case that you're trying to make.
I'm going to overrule the objection because I guess the reference is that there was some mention in another ABCA report regarding use of this room. So I'll based on that basis, I'll overrule the objection. If she can answer the question, she can.
All right. Do you need me to re-ask the question, Ms. Nelson?
Yes, please.
Yes. The question was that you were not aware that in case 24-CMP-00008, ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz documented patrons using the same back hallway and exit once the
No, I was not.
okay. So then you cannot say whether or not this was unusual based upon previous experience, correct?
Are you saying that because I did not know of another investigator's report, or
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you ask a little bit more specific?
No, I'm asking to. I think I want to phrase it. So without that knowledge, you wouldn't be aware of our previous policies regarding using the back exit during normal operations.
Are you able to
Probably a
answer the
bad.
question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's probably a bad question. That's on me. Can I ask questions about future investigations when patrons left out of the back hallway, or no? I don't want to just get objected to immediately. I'm not sure what the policy is.
You can ask, well, you can ask relevant questions. You can ask
Okay.
questions that are germane to what was asked in direct. So
All right. So Ms. Nelson, is it your experience in future investigations after this date that patrons were allowed to leave out the back exit way?
Objection.
sustained.
Okay.
Go.
Sorry, I tried to avoid that. My bad. And my last question regarding the this back room is that you mentioned that there was no security, but at no point did you go to the bottom of the stairs to see that there was security monitoring the flow of people throughout the back alleyway.
Are you asking if I went through the back hallway?
I'm asking if you went to the back alleyway to view the security back there, regulating the flow of patrons leaving the establishment.
No, I didn't go in the alley. I did go down the hallway and through the stairs to see where patrons were exiting.
Okay, that's all that I have regarding the interference charge. Moving on to the summer garden. In your report, you wrote that you saw people in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did not take a photograph to document a single person holding a drink in that area. Is that also correct?
Yes.
You did not document any person consuming alcohol in the area, and none of your photos show anyone near the cups. Is that correct?
This is correct.
Is there a reason why you didn't document this?
Yes.
What would that reason be?
As I was interviewing you and advising you of the process of checking IDs, patrons exited abruptly out of the establishment through the rear.
Okay, and approximately how long were you in the establishment between when you arrived and when patrons began to leave?
I want to say approximately 20 minutes, maybe less.
Okay, and so during those 20 minutes, you or the other two sorry, that's gonna become argumentative. Strike what I just said. And during those 20 minutes, did you or the other two investigators not have the time to document any of one outside? Or not outside, but on the alleged summer garden?
No, sir, I did not. I can't speak to the other investigators who aren't testifying today.
And within those 20 minutes, you also were not able to request ID from anyone on the premises?
No, sir. I made you aware of our process and that I would be contacting MPD for assistance.
Okay. So the only evidence in that area was cups sitting on tables. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw them, the ice inside had already melted, correct?
I don't know. I didn't go and check inside of cups for ice.
Okay. In your case report, you wrote that the patrons who left all placed. Sorry, that's not going to be relevant anymore. Strike what I just said. Regarding the evidence of active service, at no point did you observe any patron receiving a drink in the area, observe a drink being poured in the area, or observe staff serving anyone in the area that is alleged to be a summer garden, correct?
I'm sorry, sir. That was a bit fast.
Sorry, my bad.
That's why I want to make sure
You
I
did not
answered correctly.
observe any patron receiving a drink in that area, observe a drink being poured in that area, or any staff serving the patron in that area, correct?
No, there is no bar area in the area that I recall.
And you did not determine whether those cups had been abandoned earlier in the night, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And then my final question, if I could just share my screen again for the case report, if I could find it.
Are you still trying to find your
I'm trying to
document,
find
sir?
the case report.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There it is. I'm sorry, I can't find it. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nelson, I have a question I want to ask you. What are the hours operation of the summer garden?
On Saturdays for the establishment, it is from 11 a.m. until 12 a.m.
All right, so what is supposed to happen at 12:05 a.m. on a summer garden?
Also, service and consumption is to cease.
So can I be on the Summer Garden at 12:15?
It is not supposed to be operational, no, sir.
So even if I'm not drinking, can I be sitting on the Summer Garden smoking a cigarette, or I'm just asking. So can I be can a patron be on the Summer Garden after 12 o'clock?
It is my understanding the operation is supposed to cease once your hours cease.
Okay. Now, I don't. I think Exhibit 5 that was posted. Do you recall Exhibit 5?
I can pull it up if you give
No,
me just a
that was Exhibit 5 from the licensee, which was the room, because that's why I'm asking. Do you recall what Exhibit 5 was?
Faintly, yes. That was my first time seeing that photo.
But was this? Did you actually? I mean, I guess I don't. What room was this? Do you know what room this was?
That is a rear room that the establishment has. But that wasn't my photo, nor was it taken at the time that I was there.
Was this the room that you said was a storage area? I was confused because I don't understand what this room was. So I guess I'm trying to find out, was this the room that you're saying that you saw folks exit the building, or I'm just trying to get some clarity in my mind.
Okay. Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, I made note in my report. Sorry.
All right, hold on. Let's Mr. Casey, are you able to share your screen and put Exhibit 5 back up, please? Which was which was
Yeah,
the room? I think yeah.
I think it should be sharing now.
Yeah. All right. So, Miss Nelson, are you able to
Yes, sir.
identify this room?
This is a rear room in the establishment.
And is this the rear room in the establishment that you reference in your report?
I referenced a rear hallway in my report, not a rear room.
And what happened what is it that you stated happened in the rear hallway?
The hallway was flooded due to a bathroom being inoperable, and items were stored in this hallway that patrons used to exit the establishment.
Okay. You can close your screen, Mr. Casey. All right. Now, I want to get some clarification in my mind. One of the charge in this case was interfered with an investigation. So how is it that you're stating that Mr. Casey or the licensee, how did they interfere? How did they interfere with your investigation?
Upon my notification to Mr. Casey that I would be contacting MPD to assist with ID checks, it appeared as though the establishment's patrons exited through a exit that was not typically used for entry or exit, and they would not have known about necessarily with flooding and with storage happening, unless they were made aware. That was what it appeared.
So, but did you see Mr. Casey or any other employee of Dirty Water instruct any of the anyone in the establishment to exit the establishment?
No, sir, I did not see that.
So you're saying it appeared, so why did you think it appeared that someone told them to exit the establishment through there? I'm curious, how is it that you're saying that? Why, how, just explain that a little bit further for me, please.
Yes, sir. I stated that it appeared this way because upon notification to Mr. Casey that I would be contacting the Metropolitan Police Department for assistance, patrons left in an abrupt manner through a rear hallway that was flooded from a bathroom, down 3 flights of stairs, and into a rear alleyway on the 800 block of 8th Street Northeast, which was not typically used for patrons' entry or exit.
All right, so you share that information that you're going to contact MPD for assistance. And so where was Mr. Casey during this period of time? I mean, did you, was he in your line of vision, or did he leave the room, or what happened when you shared that with him?
Mr. Casey and I were engaged in conversation, so he was in my line of view. We were standing in the establishment's first floor bar area.
So 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 who else was aware that you're going to call MPD for assistance to check ID outside of Mr. Casey?
I don't recall who else was in close proximity, and the establishment staff does not have identifiable uniforms or anything of that nature, if that's what you're asking, Mr. Chair.
So all right. So when you had this conversation with Mr. Casey, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize Mr. Casey was gone. Hold on.
I'll check for him.
All right.
He's back.
Mr. Casey, what's going on with your?
I don't know what's wrong with it. I just
because
logged off of it. I can log in from my phone if you prefer.
no, I
Probably
want to make sure that you're always here because I was in the
so
middle of questioning and then I saw that you were gone. That's why I just want to make sure that you have stable internet so you don't miss anything that's going on here, sir. All right. And I forgot the question I was about to ask. The question, I guess what I'm trying to say is that did you see anyone after when you had this conversation with Mr. Casey that you're gonna contact MPD for assistance? Did anyone within? Did you see individuals leave the area? Because I'm trying to find out the nexus. You're saying that you had this conversation with Mr. Casey, and then it appears that then folks start leaving the establishment. So I guess I'm trying to find out how were you able to how were you able to where's the nexus there? Since Mr. Casey, it appeared, as you stated, he was always within your line of vision.
Are you asking how patrons left or how they
No,
were
you're
made
saying
aware?
because you're saying, yeah, you said that it appears that someone told them what was going on, so they left. So how are you making that nexus? If you had the conversation with Mr. Casey, it's not like I'm not, at least you're not testifying that Mr. Casey, that you left or you went to a different room, and so Mr. Casey could have done whatever, could have advised the staff. You stated that he was within your line of vision. So how is it that you're saying that it appears that someone told the clientele to leave because ID was being checked?
I can't say for sure, Mr. Chair. However, I can say that upon me notifying Mr. Casey, patrons did leave abruptly out of a rear exit that was not typically used for entry.
I might have some other questions. Any other questions by the board members?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
You need to come on camera, Miss Quinn, because I didn't see you. So go ahead, Mr. Jones, and then Mr. Jones and Mr. Meadows, and then Miss Quinn. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
All right, Miss Nilsson, the room that you entered, is that considered the summer garden? Is this storage area the summer garden area?
What I referred to in my report, this was not the summer garden area that I referred to, no.
So in the summer garden area, what was taking place there?
Upon entering, we noted patrons consuming alcohol and frequenting that area of the establishment.
Wait. Is that the summer garden area or just this Exhibit 5 area? Are they two different areas?
They are two different areas, yes.
Okay. And the summer garden area was empty?
When I entered,
Yes.
no, sir.
So the summer garden area was occupied and operational.
Yes, sir.
And separately, this storage area or this other back room, that was also operational and had patrons as well.
I made no note of that room in my report. Mr. Casey introduced that room as well as that date and time.
Understood. Okay. Mr. Casey being in an interesting position of being a witness owner and representing himself, he confirms that that place was operational earlier in the night. And would it be from his question that you took that same location and that picture was still occupied with people later that night after the hours of the license?
Are you asking me if that room was operational at the time that I arrived?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson. You just told my colleague that when you went to this outside tented area, that there were customers there having alcoholic drinks, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and but earlier you were saying that you were in the sight line of Mr. Casey. So where was Mr. Casey when you were out back?
I'm sorry. Where was he while I viewed patrons in the summer garden?
Yes, ma'am.
We were both in the first floor bar area. The summer garden is
Okay.
in the field of view.
So
of the
you're
bar
looking
area.
down the hallway, you could see it visually. And
Yes.
and so you informed Mr. Casey that you asked him to do an ID check on some of the patrons that you could also see that appeared to be underage, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he informed you that he did not want to do that. What was his response?
Mr. Casey refused to collect patrons' IDs and made me aware that during an October visit with MPD advised him not to collect patrons' IDs for ABCA investigators to inspect.
Thank you. And did he provide you with a name of a MPD officer that informed him that information?
No, sir. Not that
Okay,
I'm
thank you. And when you looked down the hallway and you saw people exiting, did you see any signage that had exit for that rear entrance or exit?
No, sir, not that I can recall.
Okay.
Objection. There's certainly a. I don't know what it should be, but the fire marshal regulates that there has to be an exit sign.
Mr. Casey, a question was asked. The witness answered. If you want to raise an objection, you have to raise an objection before the answer is given. You have to raise the objection at the question. Okay, when the question is asked, before the witness answers the question, you can raise your objection at that time. So, but I'm going to overrule the
sorry.
objection. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you have to be a little bit quicker. If someone asks a question that you disagree with, you need to raise the objection immediately, okay? Before the witness has had an opportunity to answer, okay?
That's all the questions that I have for you, Ms. Nelson. Thank you.
Ms. Quinn.
I guess I'd like to go back to this point where you said you believe it's possible someone from the business may have instructed the customers to leave through this special exit. So when you informed the owner that you were going to call the police, do you believe you were within earshot of other customers?
Yes, I do believe I was.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that a customer may not have heard that information and made their own decision that they ought to leave the spot before the police got there?
I can't say what a customer may have heard or not at the time. I'm sorry.
Okay. I think that's it. It's just I think I'm with the chair and trying to make this connection, because it almost sounds like what you're saying is you've guessed at what may have happened, and we are here trying to make a decision on charges that are related to a guess. Um, well, let me ask you one more thing. In terms of the interference claim, is that limited to the assumption that the business owner or someone from the business informed the customers that they needed to leave and through the special exit, or does that also include the refusal to assist with the licensing or checking the licenses?
It also includes the refusal to assist with checking patrons' IDs that appeared to be young in age.
Okay, and just for so that I'm clear, are they required, as a business under the circumstances, are they required to assist ABCA in checking licenses?
No, a business is required to ascertain the legal age, though, of a patron.
So they're required to ascertain the legal age before they serve the drink. But once the drink has been served, if ABCA shows up, they are not required to assist ABCA in checking the licenses. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me, Chair.
All right, thank you. Hold on, let me see if I have any other questions.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Oh, sorry about that. Ms. Nelson, just a general question. There have been other cases with summer gardens and time expiring for occupation of that space within various entities. If I am a manager or security person that is overseeing the summer garden and I'm making the announcement that it is now time for this area to be vacated, what recourse do I have, just generally speaking, if a patron does not want to leave that space? Are there escalation steps that you would provide as suggestions, or are there any escalation steps that are on record that they should take in the event that that happens?
Objection.
What's your
I'm sorry.
objection, Ms.
I hate to do it,
Ms.
but I
Brown?
just don't see how that's relevant to this case. I'm sorry.
I'm not really sure either.
All right,
Okay,
Mr.
well, I'll scratch the question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. You have any other questions, Mr.? Let me ask. I think the question, Ms. That I asked Ms. Nelson. On a Saturday, you testify correctly. You testified that the hours of operation for the summer garden is 12 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what time did this infraction occur?
I visited the establishment at approximately 2 a.m. on Sunday morning.
So that was 2 hours after the summer garden was supposed to have closed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. All right. Mr. Casey, do you have any questions of Ms. Nelson based on the questions that the board asked her, sir? So you
Yeah,
can't go, you can call it, you can't go
I can't
like
go
you
outside of
got
that.
to. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Just two questions. First one, piggybacking off of Ms. Quinn's last question about ascertaining the legal drinking age. You did write in your case report that you are provided with the logs from all the patrons who entered the establishment showing their age and their IDs that they were scanned at the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also stated that there was debris in other area in the back hallway and the area that you alleged to be a storage room. Is there a reason why, after all the patrons had left, before you concluded your investigation, you did not document any of that?
Are you asking why didn't I take photos of the rear hallway?
Yes.
Not only was the hallway flooded, I didn't find it relevant at the time, at that point in the investigation.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, Ms. Brown.
Just a couple questions. I just want to clarify because it seems there's a little confusion. The image that we saw from respondent, that exhibit 5 with the room with the TV in it, was that what you call the summer garden?
No.
And that room, is that the hallway you were talking about in your report?
No.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Nelson, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you all. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Does the government have another witness?
No, the government rests.
The government rests. How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Casey?
I just have myself.
All right. It's 12:35. We're going to take a 10-minute break till 12:45. I mean, we do have one other hearing today. We have a fact-finding hearing. That's the last hearing that we have for today. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume. Okay, so we're off the record until well, you know what? Till 12:50. Okay, we're off the record until 12:50. Thanks. All right, we're back in the record. Mr. Casey, come on
Yeah.
camera. All right,
Am I
sir.
on camera?
Yes, sir. You're now on camera.
Oh, there we go.
All right. So, let me see, Mr. Jones. I think all right. So let me swear you in. Can you raise
Yep.
your right hand? Do you
Right
swear
hand.
or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So, just want to remind you that you can put your hand down, sir. You
Oh,
can
sorry. Yeah.
present your case. Excuse me. Um, Ms. Brown will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and the board will then have an opportunity to cross-examine you, sir. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I just have a brief statement. On January 19th of 2025, Dirty Water was hosting a political action committee cocktail reception. That event used multiple spaces inside the building, including the rear room. Guests were moving in and out of that room throughout the evening for gatherings, socializing, and speeches. Because of that, patrons were regularly using the back hallway and the back edge during the event. There were also people and media gathered outside of the establishment that evening. This was similar to what happened on election night when media gathered outside who were not permitted inside. Because of the crowd outside and current concerns about the activity near the front, I staffed extra security that night. I also made patrons and event organizers aware that the back exit was available if they preferred to leave that way. The back hallway was open and the exit was available for anyone who wished to use it. Security was stationed at the bottom of the back hallway to assure that people were able to leave up and down the back alleyway without disturbing any of the neighbors. I did not tell anyone to leave, and I did not see any staff member tell anyone to leave. I've also prepared an exhibit showing crime data for the immediate area around the establishment. The data shows that recent crime incidents, including a homicide within a month of this alleged violation, were concentrated at the front of the building rather than the rear. This information also explains why patrons sometimes choose to exit through the back door even before and following this investigation. If you just give me 1 second to pull that up. I'm sorry, I should have done this while I had 15 minutes before.
We all have other things that we had to do within the 15 minutes, so you're fine, sir.
Are you able to see my screen? This should probably work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this first photograph right here shows the DC crime data. So from the front of the establishment, for 1 block over, you see that year to date in 2025, up until about a week ago, you had 6 motor vehicle thefts, 9 other thefts, an assault with a dangerous weapon, and a sexual abuse. Scrolling down, if I can, I hope I can. There we go. So, but surely. Directly in front of the establishment here, you see. I'm sorry, this doesn't want to work. Directly in front of the establishment here, you see that there is 1 motor vehicle theft, 15 other thefts, a robbery, a sexual abuse, and not included in this is that just on Saturday night, somebody broke our front door. Scrolling down 1 block over, you had 2 thefts and an assault with a dangerous weapon on the corner of 8th and 8th Street. Moving down in front of Allure, You had 5 motor vehicle thefts, 14 other thefts,
Hold on.
2 with
Hold
deadly
on.
weapons.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Were you saying something? Did you raise an
Yes,
objection?
I'm objecting to this. The reason for the objection is the relevance. We don't have any testimony here to say that, patrons were choosing to go through this rear door because of this. We don't have a timeline as to when this was happening to even show temporal proximity. It's just very speculative. So
Well,
irrelevant.
give me this data that that's on you're trying to introduce. This is from when?
This is 2025 year to date.
Is there a proffer you'd like to have on the record for why you think that this is relevant?
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain why we regularly, even before and after this, allow people to exit out the back stairwell. The other thing I'm going to get to, if I can just,
Yeah,
is you have the Bank of America here. In the Bank of America parking lot, you always have a police cruiser parked there for whatever reason. So there is always an eye on that alleyway.
I don't think this. I don't. I'm going to sustain the objection. I just think that the crime data. I don't think it's relevant to the issue at hand. Because.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll move on. So then moving on, when investigators entered the establishment, I was near the bar area. Investigator Nelson asked me to collect IDs from a group of patrons. My understanding from prior guidance from MPD during an earlier inspection during October of that year, as I made her aware, was that I should not physically collect customer IDs and provide them to a third party without their knowledge. I let Investigator Nelson know that if she would like to accompany me along with myself and I would have no issue going and asking those patients for their IDs, but she did not wish to accompany me on that ask. And that is the nexus of that issue. I conveyed that understanding to Investigator Nelson. I did not prevent any investigator from checking IDs themselves, and none attempted to do so in my presence. When patrons began leaving, I did not instruct anyone to leave, and I did not observe any staff instruct anyone to leave. I cannot speak to the personal reasons why any individual chose to exit when they did, other than the fact that 2:12 a.m. is normally when people would decide to leave. And again, it was not everyone who left. It was a small group of people, probably about a third of the people who had remained in the bar that late at night who were still there that left during that time period. And again, patrons are free to leave the establishment at any time, and even a large group departing together that late in the night is obviously not unusual. Regarding the area referred to as a summer garden, that space was not being used for service at the time investigators arrived. No bartender was stationed there, and no staff were serving in that area. I did not observe anyone consuming alcohol in that area when investigators reached it. The cups shown in the photographs in the case report were from earlier in the evening, and when I saw them, as documented in the case report, the ice in them had already melted and no one was near those cups. Regardless, it was an indoor space and not subject to the summer garden hours anyway, so all of this is irrelevant. Throughout the evening, I answered all questions asked of me. I did not conceal anything, destroy anything, or interfere with any part of the inspection. I did not instruct anyone to leave, and I did not stop any investigators from performing any part of their work. And that's all I have.
Mr. Brown?
No questions.
Any questions by any board members? All right. Since no one wants to ask a question, so whatever burning questions that I have, I'll just keep them to myself. All right. Miss. All right. Do you rest, sir? That's
Yeah,
all
I
you
rest.
have?
I have nothing else.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So we're ready for closing. Miss Brown, are you ready for closing?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just a moment. For indulgence. I would like to reserve time for rebuttal if necessary.
How much time? We're still, although I don't have an afternoon calendar.
Just reserve
Yeah.
me in case I need it.
All right,
But
that's fine.
I'll be quick. Okay.
Go ahead.
The district has proven by substantial evidence in the record that Dirty Water interfered with an ABCA and MPD investigation by destroying and concealing evidence when it directed patrons to flee through a hidden rear entryway and substantially changed its operations by operating its summer garden after 2 a.m. Now let's discuss the evidence. There are 2 charges here, so let's go over them separately. First, there is substantial evidence showing that Dirty Water interfered with an ABCA and MPD investigation. There are 3 main things to consider here. 1, temporal proximity. 2, the state of the rear entryway. 3, why patrons would choose this strange door to exit from. First is temporal proximity. You heard from Investigator Nelson that Mr. Casey refused to assist her in checking IDs. Because she needed help, she informed him that she would be contacting MPD for assistance. She told you that shortly after she made this declaration, all of a sudden, patrons quickly started exiting through this rear door. Not just one patron, multiple patrons started going through this rear door. There is close temporal proximity between when Dirty Water refused to help, when Investigator Nelson said she was going to contact the police, and when patrons opted to go through this strange back door. Second is the state of the rear entryway. You heard Investigator Nelson describe how you had to go down a long hallway that was flooded, past
Objection.
storage
That's
area.
not an evidence.
Um,
It was a 3-foot. It was a 3-foot hallway.
Mr. Casey, this is her closing. You can't object. You'll still have an opportunity, so you can
You
respond.
objected to my closing last time.
No, that was not your closing. That was your
Yes, it
your.
was.
No, you're still going to get an opportunity to say something because
Okay.
that was just a presentation of your case. You'll have a.
Oh, no, I mean the last case I had back in June.
All right, but I'm just saying you're going to get an opportunity
Okay.
to do a formal closing, and so we don't object during closing. So please do not object. I know she's not going to object to your closing, although so let her finish. Because you go second, you can respond in your closing to what she stated. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Brown.
We are on the state of the rear entryway. We talked about it being a storage area back there and flooding. That's what we heard from Investigator Nelson. She also described that you have to go down several flights of stairs and go out a second door just to exit into an alleyway. That's a bit strange. No security was at this back door, right? And patrons didn't regularly enter and exit through this door, as far as she could tell. It was not an exit way, based on her testimony, that you would have really known about unless you were told about it. Third, this brings us to that last point. Why would one decide to use this strange back door to exit an establishment you entered from a regularly used front entryway? I submit to you, board members, that the answer is clear. These suspected underage patrons didn't want to get caught with fake IDs, and this establishment didn't want these patrons' IDs to be checked because they didn't want them to be caught with these fake IDs on the premises. And so it would follow that the establishment orchestrated that these patrons exited through this rear door so they didn't have to be checked. And in so doing, Dirty Water destroyed and concealed the evidence of the underage drinking at the establishment. And ABCA and MPD couldn't complete their investigation because they couldn't check IDs. And second, this is the second charge that we have here. There is substantial evidence in the record showing that Dirty Water made a substantial change to its operations by operating that summer garden after board approved hours. Now you heard from ABCA investigator Nelson that she arrived around 2 a.m. on Sunday, January 19, 2025, and observed patrons drinking in the summer garden. Investigator Nelson later checked ABCA records and reviewed Dirty Water's licenses. And you saw copies of those licenses, which showed that the establishment's Saturday night summer garden hours of operation were from 11 a.m. in the day to 12 a.m. midnight. Therefore, having patrons consuming alcohol, hanging out, whatever, on the summer garden is a violation of the board approved hours, that license, and therefore Dirty Water made a substantial change to its operations by allowing the summer garden to be operated after the approved hours. Now let's talk about the penalty for each of these. If you find Dirty Water liable for both of these charges, it'd be considered Dirty Water's third primary tier violations in 3 years, with a fine range of $4,000 to $6,000 $4,000 to $6,000. My apologies. For substantially changing the operations of its establishment by keeping the summer garden open after the hours, the district requests the minimum $4,000 fine. However, given the level of deceit exemplified by Dirty Water's conduct in orchestrating the patron's escape through that rear exit, and given the fact that this establishment has a history of selling to minors, which you can see, it is in the board's record, in the investigative history, the district requests a $6,000 fine for the interference charge. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Casey.
First, I would just like to reiterate that the record shows that the hallway that she went down was not a long hallway. It is a 3 to 5 foot hallway. Second, the record will show that Investigator Nelson did not the stairs to view whether there was security there, because he did not walk down the hallway at all to go to the alleyway. And third, I'm not sure what relevance it is that they had to walk down multiple flights of stairs, because as you heard, we are located on the third floor of the establishment, or third floor of the building, so they would have had to walk downstairs to leave regardless. It's not as though they could magically teleport down the front stairwell. They would still have to walk down the stairs. Moving on from that, the government's theory on treating a fully enclosed indoor space as the government's theory regarding this, actually, let me just start with the first charge to go in the same order. The government's theory of interference is based entirely on speculation about why patrons left, but speculation is not evidence. The investigators did not see me tell anyone to leave. The investigators did not hear any of our staff tell anyone to leave. No patron told them they had been instructed to leave, and the only IDs checked that night belonged to individuals who approached the investigators voluntarily, and both were over 21. They also admitted that patrons are free to leave at any time and that they cannot testify why any specific person chose to leave. The district's entire interference theory boils down to the argument that people within earshot of the investigators left, so they must have been told to flee. But that is not evidence. That is an assumption, one that is directly contradicted by the reality of how the establishment operates. Patrons routinely leave our establishment and any establishment anywhere in the district between 2 and 3 a.m. every weekend night. The back hallway and the rear exit are routinely used by patrons, particularly when the front becomes congested, when events are underway in the rear room, or when there are safety concerns in the front. The investigators agree that they cannot testify to the motive or reasoning of any patron who chose to leave. Without testimony of instruction, direction, or conduct by staff, the interference charge is not supported. Moving on to the second charge of operating the summer garden after hours. The government's theory in this case depends on treating a fully enclosed indoor space as a summer garden. But the fire department, as seen in the case report, previously classified that area as indoors. Under Arthur, an agency cannot change theories midstream or reinterpret a space differently simply to sustain a charge. The government cannot call the space indoor for fire code enforcement of Title 12, and then, only for this case, call it outdoors to manufacture a summer garden violation under Title 25. But even setting Arthur aside, the evidentiary record does not support the allegation. The investigative team consisted of 3 investigators who Investigator Nelson testified were inside the establishment for approximately 20 minutes after identifying the area they now claim was an active summer garden. In that time, Not one investigator took a single photograph of any person holding a drink in that area. Just as importantly, at no point did any investigator visit the actual licensed rooftop summer garden. The allegation is not about the rooftop at all. It is about an indoor space misclassified after the fact. For these reasons, the board should dismiss both of the charges, and I don't really know how I'm supposed to end it, but that's what I got.
That's fine. That was appropriate, sir. Ms. Brown, do you still
No.
need okay. Okay. All right, the record is now closed. Do the parties wish to do proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so?
I'm going to file.
I'm sorry, you're going to what?
I'd like to file, please.
That is your right, sir, but all we had here was the. All right, that's your right. I can't, but you cannot bring in any new evidence. So, so basically, this is from the transcript to say this is what this is the evidence presented, and this is what the law. All right,
yes,
all right. So the transcript will become available in approximately 3 weeks. You then are required to do the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law 30 days upon receipt of the transcript. And then we will issue a decision. Then we'll issue a decision within 90 days. If you change your mind at any point, please advise the agency as soon as possible that you have changed your mind in doing that. Okay, so let me close this case. Hold on 1 minute, please. Let me close this case. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 CMP 00019. I'm sorry, 25 CMP 00010 and 25 CMP 00010A dirty water pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 25 CMP 00010 and 25 CMP 00010A dirty water for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. As I stated, the transcript should be available in approximately 3 weeks, and the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law are due 30 days upon receipt of the transcript. All right. Thank you, Ms. Brown and Mr. Casey. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00044, Tipsy Lounge and Restaurant license number 11141. This hearing has been rescheduled to December 3rd at 10:30 a.m. So the next case that we have our calendar, it's a fact-finding hearing, and this is OJ-Odd Jobs Inc., trade name H3, license number 1299096. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Good afternoon. Chris Michael, Access Elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right. Give me a minute, Mr. Michael.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Good afternoon, Mr. Michael. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Christopher Michael, CHRISTOPHER MICHAEL.
And what is your relationship to H3, sir?
I'm the agent for H3.
You're the agent for H3.
Yes, sir.
Are you the only person who is testifying here today, sir?
Yes, sir.
I guess my the concern I'm having, do you have any ownership stake in this establishment, sir?
No, sir. But I'm inside my both owners.
But we're having I guess the part of the issue that I'm having is that we're having a hearing on this license. And I'm having someone, you're providing me a management agreement. I don't know who, so who is it? Do we have a copy of this management agreement?
Yes.
Hold on,
Pardon?
hold on a minute, mister. For some strange reason, your Wi-Fi there's an issue with your Wi-Fi. Because I'm getting interference. So
Let me try to take off my Bluetooth and just go straight to phone instead.
all right, maybe that will be better.
Does that work better?
Yeah. All right.
Perfect.
All right. So you said, all right. So have you provided this management agreement to the agency?
Yes, sir. I provided the specialist, Miss Boone, and also to legal.
And when did you provide that to legal?
On the 4th of, no, I'm sorry, the 7th of November. Actually, hold on, in front of me. I provided it. I apologize. The 13th of November.
Oh, okay. So who is the so who is the owner of
Mr. Darius
H3?
Holston?
Mr. Darius Halston?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, all right. So, oh, hold on. All right. So who are the officers? Who are the officers of Odd Jobs LLC?
It's Mr. Darius Holston and Marcus Holston.
And so why is it that Mr. Holston, Mr. Darius Holston, and Marcus Holston, why are either party not here today? Are you frozen, Mr.
Oh,
Michael?
no, I'm not. Can you hear me?
I couldn't hear you before. I can't see you, but but now
Oh,
you were frozen. So
Mr. Darius Holston's in a for a medical issue that he is healing from.
and so what about Mr. Marcus Holston?
He and I asked the council if it was an issue, and they said it wasn't an issue because of the work.
All right. All right. So you stated that I guess but let before we start, so just tell me about H3. Tell me about H3.
Yeah, it's a medical cannabis retail. It's located in 1613 17th Street Northwest in DuPont Circle.
Okay. I, I this is you. All right. I have a lot of questions.
That's fine.
Basically, the board gathering facts at a fact-finding hearing. The parties are not sworn in. The board is not. Um, the board cannot order a party to take any specific action.
Okay.
You can volunteer to do actions, and you can decide that if the board asks you to do something, you could decide that you're not going to do it, and the board doesn't have the power in a fact-finding hearing to order the parties to take any specific action. No, you will not be sworn in today. So I just want to let you know that this is just the board is gathering facts, trying to find some information, and in this license, in this the issuance of this license process. And so
Yes, sir.
that's one of the reasons why you're here today. So this is an opportunity for you to share with the board. We do have some questions that we want to ask, but first off, this is an opportunity for you to introduce yourself to the board. And when I ask a question, what is H3? I don't know what H3 is. So to tell us about the business, because I'm not familiar with it. And and I'll ask, who's the owner? I'll also ask you about your relationship, your management agreement. I have the agreement here, just too many pages for me to review at the moment,
I
so I can't.
apologize.
Well, I'm just saying, no, so you did provide it to the agency. I was not aware, but it's something that I have. So it's in front of me. Of course, it is just there's no way I can review this and ask you any questions about it. So all I could do is ask general questions. So this is just your prior to board members asking you questions, this is your opportunity to introduce this company to the board.
Yes, sir. So I can start off on behalf of H3 is a going for a medical cannabis license in the district. I was I'm was signed on with them to be able to help the build out process, go through everything. I specialize in the cannabis industry. I'm currently licensed in another market in Michigan as a commercial cultivation. So I have expertise in being able to consult for groups. I met Mr. Holston in August of 23 of the previous year through a friend because I've helped multiple places in the district to be able to open or go through knowing metric and also knowing your guys's current ABCA laws through the medical industry. And I helped general contract their retail to be able to open. And during that point in time, after Darius had his medical issue that he had, health related, there was a downtime at that point where as soon as he was able to basically come with right mind and also with his brother to be able to think that until he's fully healthy to be able to put in a management agreement where I can help oversee the business and the operations and the staff and everything from there. So basically, I know you have it in front of you, and I know it's a very long document, but on the first page in Article 1, Section 101, it basically describes my role currently with the business as it sits.
And so so when is it that this management agreement was established?
The management agreement was established are you talking about when it was actually submitted or when it was discussed?
When is it that you signed? I mean, the document speaks for itself, but I want you to tell me, when is it that you put in place this management agreement?
11/13 of this year.
And so what is specifically your role with this management agreement?
To oversee product placement, to be able to help with ordering at the relations that I already currently have in the district with current cultivators, manufacturers in the district currently, to be able to help staff the store, to be able to run manager operations, and be able to help onboard, train on POS systems, metric, and not have any issues. And also just a point, see on page, let's see, just so it can be very clear, on page 6 is I have 0 ownership. This is just clearly a management.
So I'm sorry, I think you said that I'm sorry, who has a health who has some health concern? Is it Darius
Mr.
or Marcus? So Mr. Darius Holston, he's the one who has some health challenges. All right, so do you know, so outside of Mr. Michael, are you still there? Okay, so Mr. Michael, outside of what type of expertise to run a medical cannabis business, does Mr. Marcus Holston have? All right, Mr. Michael, I don't think that this is not going to work. Your Wi-Fi is unstable.
Oh, okay. I'm trying. Use my my tablet and it wasn't working. Can you hear
Are
me
you
or no?
are you able to change your location, sir? I don't know where you are. Are you able to get into a
Yeah.
different location?
Okay, I definitely try.
Why
Does
don't
this
we
help
try
at
to
all?
do that? It might be whatever location you are, it's interfering with the signal, and so you're frozen. We'll speak and you'll disappear, and I'm not hearing you correctly. I'm not hearing you clearly.
Okay, let me see if I can locate it outside. Unfortunately, sorry, I'm at residence. Is this any better?
All right, so let's well, maybe you need to have a chair to see if you can sit
It's
down. I'm not
okay.
sure.
It's all right. I'm perfectly fine.
All right. So and again, so the management agreement again, just this management agreement again, because I have not read it specifically. What is your role?
I'm overseeing the business day-to-day operations.
So tell me, just what does that mean?
That means creating the scheduling for the employees, making sure that the employees go through appropriate metric training, green culture, getting the issuance of their cards through ABCA, assigning the managers, setting up their scheduling, purchasing product for the actual retail, um, anything that involves day-to-day operations at any high level, period.
So that's your responsibility.
Yes, sir.
So what, based on the management agreement, what and so as your stated, Mr. Darius Holston has some health issues, so I guess he's not able to do day-to-day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So what, so are you then the person based on this agreement who makes all decisions regarding the business?
Yeah, yes, sir. It is do have to also speak. It's I have to speak with the owners to make, financial decisions for the actual business itself. Like payroll for staff that comes in. It can't be anything exorbitant. It has to be everything that's set at that point in time. But the management agreement is to run the operations until Darius is better to be able to oversee the business.
Now, what involvement, if any, do you have with any other medical cannabis establishments within the District of Columbia?
Currently under ABCA Records, I am a minority owner of D&M dispensary near me, located in 610 H Street, Chinatown. But that is currently going through a process through the majority ownership. That
I'm sorry, I lost you.
I know, yeah, I apologize. That you guys are aware of that on July 9th of this year, that they actually have to have a sell of their license. So I was in operations when I was put on that as a minority owner in December of 2024, and I operated the actual um, startup of that store from day-to-day operations from May of 2024 to February of 2025, with zero violations against the actual retail. I did everything that I'm doing currently right now.
So
And I apologize. There's one more with ABT. I'm a consultant. Sorry.
Hold on. Do you currently have any ownership stake in what's the name of the first facility you mentioned?
Dispensary near me.
Dispensary near me. Do you still hold a minority share in dispensary near me?
Yes, sir. Via ABCA, I do.
Do you have you still maintain a minority stake in this establishment? All right.
Yes, sir. I do.
And what other medical cannabis business in the district do you have ownership stake in?
0.
And so what other medical dispensary in the District of Columbia do you have any other type of business relationship with?
No dispensaries. I'm currently no other dispensaries that I'm working with, but I do have a consulting contract with ABT LLC, where I'm helping the owners build out their cultivation and manufacturing. But that's just as a consulting, no management agreement, no anything, just separate of my knowledge of the industry.
So you don't have a management agreement with
No, sir.
with ADT.
A
I'm sorry, A what?
A, B is in boy, T is in Tom.
Okay. All right, so you don't have any ownership stake in ABT cultivation and manufacturing. Is that correct?
That is correct. Management agreement. I'm just there to help design their plans.
All right. And this is so you have an active consultant agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the duration of this agreement?
Soon as they're granted their license, at that point in time, I'm helping them with anything that they need, with any paperwork, with working with ABCA, with any questions that they have during that point in time.
All right. So this is the extent of your involvement in the medical cannabis industry within the District of Columbia. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Do you have any relationship or ownership stake in any cannabis business outside of Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I own a commercial cultivation in Michigan.
All right. So that is your only involvement in cannabis, the cannabis industry outside of the District of Columbia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you aware that because you own a cultivation center outside of DC, that a medical license dispensary in DC can only sell products from a licensed cultivation or manufacturing and business in the District of Columbia?
Yes, sir. That's very well known throughout everything. Located for us in the CRA, you can only cultivate and be licensed in that actual state of Michigan with that license.
But you're aware that you cannot, although it's a federal crime, but we're not.
You cannot transfer. Yes, sir. I'm very aware of that. That is, yes.
So, although you said that you're aware of it, the district is aware of folks who have been selling products, not you, but
Of course, I understand. I
selling
understand this
products.
I-71 market that was. Yes, I'm aware of that, but yes, I am aware that we don't. I understand.
That folks are allegedly still selling products in the District of Columbia that's not grown or manufactured from a licensed cultivation or manufacturing in the District of Columbia.
Yes, sir.
So share with us the business model of H3.
The business model is to be able to acquire licensed medical product, to be able to put on our shelves, to be able to sell to licensed medical patients, and to be able to that's basically where we sit at with that with the business model to be able to be successful in the industry and also be able to get medical cannabis to patients that are in need of medical cannabis,
And
licensed medical patients.
so, do you know what type of products you plan to sell?
Yes, sir. I do. With previously overseeing the procurement for a dispensary near me, I have relationships with pretty much every cultivation and manufacturing in the district currently right now. Unfortunately, with the fact finding was too asked because we were up in front of the board 2 weeks ago. And I already had uh, reached out to the owners of these facilities or their salespeople, request menus to be able to see to look before information. Of course, I can't transfer anything or do anything until your approval. Um, but yes, I have a procurement of current material that we would like to bring in to sell to the medical patients.
Does the business currently have any Schedule One substance in its possession, either on site or at another location?
No, sir.
Does the business currently have any non-medical cannabis products in its possession, either on site or another location? Does the business understand that the presence or distribution of Schedule One or non-medical cannabis products may lead to the closure of the business or the revocation of the license?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else that you want to bring to the attention of this board?
I would just ask with this fact finding staff that we're expecting to start 2 weeks ago when we were up in front of the board and we actually had them trained, did their green culture, had them come or leave previous jobs that they were at that now are unemployed. I would ask that if the board accepts the fact finding, to be able to have these employees to be able to have work so they can afford to um, yeah, cost of living is pretty intense in DC, but currently there's 7 people that have been waiting to see how the outcome of 2 weeks ago is going to be, and now they're waiting to see if they're going to have a job. We've had 3 people that couldn't wait, and they had to get another job for not to get a paycheck. So I would ask that with your findings, that if today that I don't know how this goes. I've had to do this before, but just so we could get people back, like be able to work to get a paycheck to be able to afford to feed their families.
Mr. Michael,
Yes, sir.
what happened 2 weeks ago?
On the board, and then when you guys had when it came up to our approval, I was watching the board meeting, and then it turned into a
Oh,
so it
okay.
was actually set up 2 weeks ago on. So that was the confusion. I didn't Miss Walker on legal to ask. It came up to effect when it was originally up for approval. So there wasn't any issues. All the paperwork that had been filed showing me as agent, you know, with everything. I talked with Miss Boone, who is our analyst, our and then Miss Ray, Anna Ray was able to process everything. Everything seemed fine. And then the day of the hearing, when we were expecting to hear that we were approved, it said that now there was a fact finding.
Well, I think
So we didn't know.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead. You can finish.
No, it's it's a long process. This has been a long process, especially with what happened with Darius and his family and it is what it is, right? We have to go through if you guys have any questions. Any questions at all, any board member, anybody, I'd be happy to answer anything that anybody has. So that's the only reason we're asking, that I'm asking, or Darius or Marcus, is because some of the people there really need a paycheck, and we vested into them and they vested into us. So that's why I was just asking if every answer or every question that anybody has on this board, that I'll answer whatever you guys have, just if we could get it where we'd be able to open.
I think part of the issue that you're stating is that it was on the calendar for approval and then it became fact finding because
Yes, sir.
there's an issue. There's an issue with ownership. There is, in the sense that Darius Holstead is the individual who applied for a license. And from what you're stating to us, he's not in a position to manage his business. And
He is
so,
he is in the position to manage a business, but right now, if something else comes up with a health scare that he currently had before, there will be an issue with him running a business, because we don't know if something actually can come up, because currently, like I said, he is in a rehabilitation, for his health.
and that's the issue is that you
Yes,
have
sir.
an owner who applied for a license, got a license, and when it's time to issue the license, from what we're being told, that owner is not able to run the business. You presented yourself as an agent, so prior to prior to I guess November 13th, there was no management agreement in place. So you had represented yourself as an agent. And so who's the owner? If the owner was not the individual presenting themselves to the agency to say that here it is, this is my expertise in managing and running my business. So that's where the hiccup occurred, is that we're given licenses um, for medical license. It's not a recreational market. It's a medical market, and we're given licenses, and we need to know who it is that we're giving license to. We also need to know the what type of background do these individuals have in managing this business and running this business. And I think that's the purpose of having a fact finding. So that's one of the reasons why I'm saying. And also, you presented yourself as the agent, the registered agent, and this is not the first business in the District of Columbia that you were that you had relationship with.
Yes, sir.
And so we are trying to find out what's your ownership stake in businesses in the District of Columbia. Are there other facilities that you have ownership? You have ownership stake in.
Yes. That was past tense. Actually find out from Mr. on legal that those were
And you're breaking up. And
in the fact finding. Oh, of course. Can you
and
hear me?
intermittently. And so that's one of the reasons why these questions are being asked, and we're asking you to tell us who you are, tell us about. I think you have provided some information about your relationship. You have a management agreement that legal will review and provide us more information, because as I said before, I can't read this to ask any substantive questions regarding this agreement. So any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Hi, can you tell us about the term of this management agreement?
The terms of 4-year management agreement.
Um, and can you tell us about any experience in the industry that either of the owners has?
They history, and I can attest to 90% of the current of any sort of experience in the actual market, into the medical market, maybe in a previous market on I-71, but that's why I am brought in on the management agreement side, because I currently have roughly about 5 years experience in the medical market and the adult use market and state.
So I think I'm a little confused about some things that you said earlier. At some point, I thought I heard you say something along the lines of your agreement would run until one of the owners was able to take over. Like, it sounded to me like it was you were referring to the owner
Mr.
who's
Holst.
in rehabilitation. And well, they're both same last name for both of them, right? Okay, you're breaking up again.
Yes.
So at any rate, I mean, if he's better 2 months from now, does that mean you exit the scene because he's better and able to take over?
No, the management agreement's going to stay in place until he's able to be up to speed with actually how a retail runs. The whole entire point is if he decides that he wants to then step in, that he does have to understand actually how the day-to-day operations are going to currently be ran. But he's still able to make any sort of management decision and supersede anything that I'm currently doing if he's the owner of the license.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm getting at, because it seems to me like the business's entire um, knowledge of the industry is based on you. So if something goes wrong with you, you move away, you whatever, they don't like you, you don't like them.
Right.
There's nobody there to steer the ship. And what I haven't heard is about how we're getting other folks up to speed so that the business isn't incumbent on because let's just imagine this. We grant the license.
Yes,
Something
ma'am.
goes awry or whatever. Maybe there's a peaceful parting in under 4 years, and now there's no one there at the business who really understands how things should work legally. They won't come back to us and have that conversation. We would just have a licensed business out here with nobody kind of with the institutional knowledge in the house. And so I'm trying to understand how that gap gets bridged, how we create a scenario where you are not the only person who has the institutional knowledge that would really facilitate the operation of this business in a legal manner.
Yes, ma'am. I can answer that question. So,
Okay.
Darius's daughter, Marquita, is going to be a manager at the actual retail.
Hmm.
And also his wife is going to be also helping at the retail as well. So if there's any sort of issues, they will get trained to everything from all the SOPs that are standard through the company itself. So if there is an issue or something arise or something, let's say, happened to me, God forsaken, right? That they would still be able to figure out and understand how to run that actual business.
Okay. And lastly, I just wanted to give you a bit of unsolicited advice because I know I thought I heard you say this was your first hearing of this sort. If
Yes,
you
ma'am.
should have another hearing like this, I would strongly encourage you. I can't make you, but I would strongly encourage you to try to encourage the business owners to attend. I think it's really important for us to hear from them directly. It's concerning that they're not able to be here. I really would have liked to have heard directly from them, and it really kind of conveys a seriousness of purpose. I don't want to make any further comment on how that applies
I,
to this case, but
yes,
this is
ma'am.
your first time, and I know you said you sought counsel from the attorney. I'm telling you as a board member, I would prefer to have the owners here. It says something to me that they take the time to be here. So just going forward, I'd like for you to take that with you.
I understand. I apologize. I
You don't
do.
need to do all that. It's your
Oh, no,
first
no,
hearing. I'm
I
just telling you
understand, and
going
I'll take
forward.
that
Let's
in.
just look
Okay,
forward.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Any final comment that you want to bring? Any final comment you want to Say
Yeah,
this,
I mean,
Mr. Weaver.
the last thing that I have to say is, beyond which I've already said, I hope that any questions that have been answered, I hope there's not anything left out there that anybody has any comments or concerned in. This is what I do for a living. I have a family. This is what I take this very seriously. So they have somebody that's in there that is going to make sure that their business is successful, because on this management agreement that it has is that I have to make it successful or I don't get anything from the management agreement, period. So, no financial gains from that. So if I do not do this, then
All right. We'll see whether or not in reviewing the management agreement, your conversations and the information you put on the record today, whether or not that satisfies the agency regarding the ownership of and the ability of the owner to effectively manage this business. Okay, so that's because, as I stated before, this is your first opportunity, and
yes, sir.
it's their first opportunity to appear in front of the board. Normally, when people appear in front of the board, it's not to an introduction to say, "This is who I am. This is my management experience. This is how I can manage the business." It's normally like, okay, something happened, something went awry, and I didn't have the
Right.
proper training. I just went into this business because someone told me that, okay, I can go in the cannabis business, but no one ever explained to me what it actually means to be in the cannabis business. No one told me that I couldn't sell products from Michigan
Yes, sir.
here in DC. No one told me that I have to buy because I was in the I-71 market, so I bought products where I could. No one told me that I have to go to Clear Labs, that the products have to be tested.
Yes, sir.
Um, so this is the opportunity that when we want to meet owners, in the sense that we can advise them, find out from them what type of what's the experience in this type of business, what's the experience in the metric system. Because if we're going to trust you with a license, and we're not going to, we're of course we're going to do inspection, but we're not there every day. And so
Yes, sir.
therefore, we need to make sure that the products that the medical products that you're providing to the residents of the District of Columbia, that they have been properly tested. I mean, they're legal products, and that you're complying with the law. And so that's basically where we are. So, if you don't have if there's no further statements that you wish to make,
I do have one last question.
yes, sir, go ahead.
And if it, of course, I'm assuming, if how does this? I know you can't really technically answer, but I know you're on recess next week, and then if I'm not confused, you have recess next week. If everything goes appropriate, how you guys concerned would I'm just trying to figure out where everything would stand with this. So I like
The
my
board,
main concern.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
yeah.
The board is going to
What's up?
make a decision today on next step. Now,
Yes.
even if the board is on recess, the agency is not on recess. The agency still operates, and the
Gotcha.
agency has the board will instruct the agency what next steps are. The agency can move forward. In the sense that if the agency is going to issue the license, the agency can issue the license, and although the board will not meet for another 2 weeks, we could retroactively approve whatever decision that's made by the agency next week if the agency makes that decision. So,
That
um,
answered my question.
all right,
Thank you. Thank you.
right. So please, I want to assure you and the rest of the population, not because the board is not in public session, that does not mean that the agency does not function. Although the board must sign off on all these decisions, um, it can the board retroactively has the ability to sign off on decisions that are made by the agency when the board is not in session. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you for explaining that.
All right. So the board will make a decision what next steps are. As I stated before, it's a fact-finding hearing, so if you're gonna if yeah, it's a fact-finding where we're just gathering facts. So if further information or if further, then we would have to have a more complicated hearing in the sense of we'd have to have a more complicated hearing where folks are sworn in and testimony. But this is just we're just gathering facts to see if we're satisfied with this structure. I think it's helpful that at least when this matter started, there was no management agreement. You represented yourself as an agent. Now there's
Yes,
a management agreement. So for whatever that worth, that I don't know, but at least there's some document in the record that the board can look at. And
yes,
you
sir.
have presented yourself as someone who has experience outside of the District of Columbia, that you've had consulting relationships with individuals here. You say that you're a cultivator in the state of Michigan, and that you have a minority interest in another cultivation. I'm sorry, in another dispensary here in the District of Columbia, and you have also shared with the board that you have no ownership stake in this establishment.
Yes,
So
sir.
we can only go with what's presented until we find something otherwise that contradicts what was stated. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today. And the board will take this matter under advisement. Okay? Thank you. Have a
Thank you.
great day. All right.
You too.
All right. So we're in the afternoon, so let me do our afternoon agenda. The first case in our afternoon agenda, which is a protest hearing, case number 25 PRO 00085, A Plus Liquors license number 130506. This hearing has been rescheduled to January 28th at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is summary action matter, case number 25 ULC 00071, Puff Puff Pass Dispensary, Masobi Restaurant Deli Market, unlicensed establishment. This hearing has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's review and approval. So we have now dispensed with our calendar for the day. And so let us now do our legal agenda alcohol. On our legal agenda alcohol, there are 8 matters on the legal agenda alcohol. I'm going to review all 8, and then I'll make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. So number 1, review of an amendment settlement agreement dated November 3rd, 2025, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Nando's Peri Nando's on H Street, license number 0978889, recommendation approval. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated October 22nd, 2025, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5F and Max Wine and Spirit, license number 133328. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review of a motion for reinstatement. This is Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B, dated November 6, 2025. This is in SOST, S-O-S-T. This is case number 25 PRO 00080. The license number is 126215. Recommendation approve the motion for reinstatement. Number 4, review of opposition to motion listed above for SOS. This is again in case number 25 PRO 00080. Number 4, as the recommendation is that this is now moot. Number 5, review of motion for reinstatement. This is the Westminster Neighborhood Association, dated November 10th, 2025. This again in case number 25 PRO 00080. And the recommendation approval there. Number 6, review of request for a reinstatement dated November 6th, 2025. This is in Spring and Sprout license Sprig and Sprout license number 089362. Recommendation approval. Number 7, review of objection to motion to continue dated November 13th, 2025. This is for A+ Liquors, license number 130506. Recommendation deny. And number 8, review of public comment dated November 10th, 2025. This is for Zeus, Z-O-O-Z, license number 124023. This is a recommendation FYI for the board. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda addendum alcohol. And there is one case on there's the first case on this addendum is case number 25 CMP 00087, immigrant food license number 115958, and this is an offer and compromise. So the offer and compromise for immigrant food is as follows. Charge 1, expanded its sidewalk cafe occupancy without approval. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762A and BF. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, no ABC manager. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-701. This charge is dismissed. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of opposition to Westminster Neighborhood Association motion for reinstatement. This is in case number 25 PRO 00080, license number 126215. This motion is moot. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. And our legal agenda, medical cannabis, there are 3 matters on this agenda. I will review and make recommendations, and then I will ask that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of motion to dismiss. This is in case number 25 PRO 00080. This is Proper Exotica, license number 128697. The recommendation approve. Number 2, review of ANC 6A response to motion to dismiss. Again, this is in case number 25 PRO 00080. Proper Exotica. This is the recommendation is now moot. And number 3, review of motion to stay off license consideration. This is in case number 24 ULC 00073. It's clinical health and wellness, license number 130766. This motion has been withdrawn. That's the recommendation. So the motion has been withdrawn. So I therefore make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda medical cannabis. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. So we now move to the legal agenda, medical cannabis addendum. And on this addendum, there are 3 matters. I will review all 3 matters, and then I will make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of settlement agreement. This is for Jubileaf LLC, license number 128102, recommendation approval. Number 2 is a review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00058. This is Shiva Tobacco. And the offer in compromise for this case is as follows. Number 1, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products. Respondent and all beneficial owners, heirs, and assignees agree to not sell the following at the premises, online, or at any other location, District of Columbia. Number 1, flavored tobacco. Number 2, cannabis and cannabis products, including cannabinoids, hemp, CBD, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid THC-A and THC without a medical cannabis retail license. Number 3, platinum. And 4, any Schedule 1 substances, including psychedelic mushrooms and DMT. Number 2, respondent agrees to pay a $10,000 fine for the violation within 60 days of the board's order approving the offer in compromise. If the fine is not paid in full within 60 days of the board's order, the establishment shall be summarily closed and padlocked pending payment. Number 3, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1. 4, licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, nothing in this OIC precludes respondent from applying for a medical cannabis retail license application at the premises. Number 5, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall be lifted upon the board's approval of this offer in compromise. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise I'm sorry. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the offer in compromise. And number 3, review of offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00071. This is Puff Pass Dispensary, Masabi Restaurant Deli, and the offer in compromise is as follows. And the offer in compromise for this case is number 1, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products. Respondent and all beneficial owners, heirs, and assignees agree to not sell the following at the premises, online, or at any other location in District of Columbia. Number 1, flavored tobacco. Number 2, cannabis and cannabis products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, CBD, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid THC-A and THC without a medical cannabis retail license. Number 3, platinum. And 4, any Schedule 1 substances, including psychedelic mushrooms and DMT. Number 2, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that is open to the public to verify the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1. Number 3, future of violation. This summary closure constitutes the first violation of DC Code Section 7-1671.08F, such if respondent has not filed an accepted and pending application with the ABC board and knowingly engages or attempts to engage in the purchase, sale, exchange, delivery, or any form of commercial transaction involving cannabis in the future, the ABC Board may issue a $20,000 fine under DC Code Section 7-1671.08 F2. Number 4, fine and lifting of summary closure. Respondents shall pay a $4,000 fine upon submission of proof such payment. The summary closure shall be lifted. So I therefore make a motion that the recommendation is that we accept the offer and compromise. I then make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our medical cannabis legal agenda second addendum. This is a review of an offer and compromise. This is in case number 25 ULC 00066, Farmhouse DC. The offer and compromise for Farmhouse DC number 1. The property owner affirms the termination of tenant's lease and that tenant has vacated the premises. Number 2. Property owner acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any property owned by the tenant that remains in the premises and over which tenant has a legal right of return. Number 3. Property owner agrees to not lease the premises to tenant or its successor companies or any unlicensed cannabis establishments at any time in the future. Number 4, property owner agrees that if a future tenant which has not filed and accepted a pending application with the ABC Board knowingly engages or attempts to engage in the purchase, sale, exchange, delivery, or another form of commercial transaction involving cannabis, it shall be a subsequent violation of DC Code Section 7-1671.08 F and grounds for the board to issue a subsequent notice of summary closure and issue property owner a fine of up to $10,000 under DC Code Section 7-1675.01B. Property owner agrees to waive the notice requirements set forth in DC Code Section 7-1675.01A. Number 5, the summary closure shall remain in effect until the ABC Board issues an order approving the offer and compromise. Upon ABC Board approval, ABCA shall make the keys to the premises available to the property owner for pickup at ABCA's office or another mutually agreed upon location. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I need to get some water. Excuse me 1 minute. All right, I'm back. All right, so let's now move to our licensing agendas. The first agenda is the alcohol licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 10 applications. I'm going to review all 10, and then I'll make recommendations. I will then make a motion that the ABC Board votes to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Number 1, review request to remove the license from safekeeping. This is for Montella Market, formerly Young On Corporation, license number 133555. The new license is 134403, recommendation approval. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Urban Grape, license number 123788. Recommendation approved through March 31st, 2026. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Farm to Feast, license number 126864. Recommendation approval March 31st, 2026. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Flirt Cocktail Bar and Social Club, license number 127493. Approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 5, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Raju Ramanan Bar, license number 118566. Recommendation approval March 31st, 2026. Number 6, review application for commercial bingo endorsement. This is Unconventional Diner, license number 25SC-01270. Recommendation refer this matter back to licensing. Number 7, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside of the premises. This is for Calico, license number 104594. Recommendation placard. Number 8, review request to increase Sidewalk Cafe seating from 19 to 24. This is Immigrant Food, license number 115958. Recommendation approval. Number 9, review application for change of hours of alcoholic beverage sales. This is for Capital Eagle Inc., license number 026023, recommendation approval. And number 10, review application for the carry-on delivery and endorsement, the Golden Age, license number 120935, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the alcohol licensing supplemental agenda. Review application, remove the license from safekeeping. This is for Karen Restaurant, license number 088512, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board votes to approval. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The next agenda item the next agenda we'll do is the cease and desist. I'll call the ABC board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Soul Mexican Girl, license number 092192, license renewal payment, check was returned and alternative payment was not submitted. Number 2, so I make a motion that we issue a cease and desist for Soul Mexican Grill. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, this is Yang's Market, license number 116836. I make a motion that we return this case back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on. Okay, I apologize. I'm gonna withdraw my motion. So I'm gonna withdraw. The motion that I should make for Yang's Market license number 116836, it's that we will issue a cease and will issue a cease and desist for this case. That's a proper motion, so I do apologize for the record. So I make a motion that we issue a cease and desist for Yang's Market license number 116836. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The ABC board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined before. Georgetown Pantry licensee request cancellation. The license number is 129220. DMV Convenience Store license number 127876. The licensee request cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC board cancels those licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right, let me. Let's do the board's temporary license and 1 day substantial docket. On this docket, there are 13 applications. I'm going to review all 13 recommendations and make recommendations at the end, and I'll then make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. Number 1, it's a request from Demetria Knight for 1 day license class G for private parties. This is November 21st. The license number is 13452. 100 attendees, 2 security guards recommend approval. Number 2, request from Patrick D. Batista, 1 day license class G, private party, December 13th. License number is 134542. 200 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from Whitlow's 1 day substantial change, soccer viewing party, substantial change, seeking to open the operation and service at 9 a.m. to watch a soccer match. The license number is 082871. The substantial change license 25 SC 01255. Recommendation approval. Number 4, AMC Theaters Georgetown 1 day substantial change movie release, substantial change requesting to extend hours of operation from 11/20/25 to 11/21/2025 to 9 a.m. from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. This is 11/20/25 to 11/21/25. The license number is 099730. Substantial change license 25 SC 01256. Recommendation approval. Number 5, AMC Theaters Georgetown 14 1 day substantial change movie release. Substantial change request to extend hours of operation on 11/26 to 11/28 from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. This is the license number is 099730. Substantial change license 25 SC 01257. Recommendation approval. Number 6, Tony and Joe's Seafood Place 1 day substantial change New Year's Eve party. Nature of substantial change: use licensed off premises and common space between the 2 restaurants for New Year's Eve. The license number is 010762. Substantial change is 25 SC 01261. Recommendation approval. Number 7, DKE Enterprises trade name, henceforth DC. 1-day substantial change celebration. Nature substantial change. Use license off premises in alleyway Linden Court North East behind establishment. License number this is 11/22 to 11/23. The license number is 129163. Substantial change. License is 23 SC 01263. Recommendation approval. Number 8, Blue Jacket, the Arsenal. 1-day substantial change, holiday event, substantial change, use license off premises at Eastern Market for holiday market event. 11/29, license number 090281. Substantial license change license is 25 SC 01278. Recommendation approval. Number 9, Alky, ALCHY, cocktails, 1-day substantial change. Spirit of Season vendor, substantial change. Use a license off premise at North Hall of Eastern Market. November 29th, license number 131017, substantial change, license 25 SC 01264. Recommendation approval. Number 10, Lost Generation Brewing Company, 1-day substantial change, Spirit of Season vendor. Substantial change, use license off premises at Eastern Market for beer to go. November 29th, license number is 120512. Substantial change, license is 25 SC 01277. Recommendation approval. Number 11, Rich Mole Promo Holdings Inc. Pub Crawl. This is a pub crawl on January 17th. The license number is 104072. Substantial change, license 25 PCE 00040. Recommendation for 2000. Number 12, Panorama Productions Pub Crawl. This is January 10th. The license number is 00000011. Substantial change license is 25 PCE 00041. Approval for 1500. The next event, it's titled on the agenda as number 1, but this is a retroactive event. A request from Talisa Mickens, 1-day license, Class F networking. The event was November 18th. The license number is 134477. 35 attendees, 1 security guard's recommendation approval. And the other retroactive event, it's Berry, Bros, and Rudd, 1-day substantial change. Broadneck's Wine Tasting, Nature Substantial Change, seeking to use license off premises at 888 17th Street Northwest. This was November 18th. The license number is 131402. The substantial change license 25 SC 01276. Recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the board's temporary license and 1-day substantial change docket for November 19th. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Okay, Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. I need to go back to the board's temporary 1-day substantial change docket. On that docket, number 7, which is henceforth DC, they had requested a 1-day substantial change, and the purpose of this substantial change was to use the premises off license in the alleyway, Linden Court Northeast behind the establishment. The event was supposed to be November 22nd to November 23rd. The license number is 129163. The substantial change license is 25 SC 01263. The applicant in that case withdrew the application. So I want to make the correction to the record that number 7, the henceforth DC, that event was withdrawn. All right, so I'm correcting the record. So that event was withdrawn. All right. Let me go to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On the medical cannabis licensing agenda, there are 7 licensees requests on this agenda. I'm going to review all 7, and then I'll make a motion. I'll make recommendations, and then I'll make a motion for the board to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of standard application for new conditional retail licenses. Canna Wellness license number 133835. Recommendation approval. Number 2, request to change of hours request. This is for District Cannabis license number 126338. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review of request to add safe use treatment facility endorsement for District Cannabis license number 126338. Recommendation placard. Number 4, review of request to add educational tasting endorsement. This is for Miel Wellness, license number 126750, recommendation approval. Number 5, review of request to add educational tasting endorsement to High Demand, license number 128725, recommendation approval. Number 6, review of packaging and labeling submissions. This is for Chillville, license number 127909, recommendation approval. And number 7, review of safekeeping request. This is Up in Smoke, license number 126868, recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair on the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's do the the alcohol licensing administrative docket. On that, the alcohol licensing administrative docket for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025, on this docket, there are 24 applications. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board vote to approve all the applications on the alcohol license administrative docket for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And let us now do the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025. On this docket, there are 5 applications. And so without objection, I make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the medical cannabis license administrative docket for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda, Class C and D licenses. On this agenda, there are 35 licenses, and the only license that I will make from the published agenda for Cleveland Park and Grill. So on that agenda, so on the cancellation agenda for Class C and D, the ABC board will vote to cancel all. There are 35 establishments on the published agenda. The board, however, will remove Cleveland Park and Grill, which is license number 073821 from that agenda. And with the removal of Cleveland Park and Grill, license number 073821, the ABC, I make a motion that the ABC board move to cancel all other licenses on the cancellation agenda for Class C and D that was published for November 19th at 10:30 a.m. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. Excuse me, the matter passes 5-0. All right, so let's now do we now move to the vacate cease and desist orders agenda. Without objection, I make a motion that ABC board vote to vacate the cease and desist orders that were issued for all the establishments on the vacate cease and desist orders agenda for November 19th at 10:30 a.m. And there are 13 establishments on that agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Um, and And the last agenda item that we have today, it's the alcohol licensing cease and desist agenda. I'm sorry, I did that one already. I apologize. Hold on. All right. Alcohol license cease and desist. No. I have covered. I believe I have covered all the agenda items. Let's see. All right. Yes, I have covered all the agendas for the day. I apologize. I just had to make sure that in reviewing my notes, that I covered all the agendas. All right, so since we have now completed our calendar and our agenda, I'm gonna close our meeting officially for the day and adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on December 3rd for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for December 3rd, as published in the DC Register on November 28th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us. Now that it's been properly seconded, Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board here in the room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. Would like to thank all board members for having this long day without a structured break. I appreciate your efforts in pushing through this day. And so now we're now adjourned. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you.
Can we return in like 10 minutes?
All right. So it's so I'll then ask all board members to return to executive session at 3 o'clock. All right. Thank you.